Imagine they're real people. It's not hard to do. We're all together to play D&D. And that's what we're gonna do. Fates United is live now. So let's roll some dice. You. Hey! Welcome back, everybody! We got a whole week going on. Welcome back to Beacon's Aura. We got everyone together, the gang. We got the Beacon babies back. Oh, wait. No. Beacon's Aura is this weekend because we're back. The hiatus is over. The vacation is done. This is Fates United, but we're going to be doing Beacon's Aura back this Sunday due to Marquee Gaming. So, getting right into it, there are featured streamers of the week. If you guys can, go to our Twitter. We have a special little support thing. I want the Bardic Barrage to go out in full force. We are supporting Marquee Gaming. Jimmy Wong sent on a text. Thank you, D, for posting that. I know you tagged me in it, but I was like, it was just me. So go to my Twitter, retweet, like. It's like my most liked thing so far. This makes me so happy. And there's so much love going out. So check out Twitter, retweet it, send out some stuff. Like it if you haven't followed so you can get announcements. It's pretty cool. If you like this energy, if you want chaos, it's a happy and fun guy, you know. Anyways, I don't know what's going on tonight. Tonight's gonna be another weird day, but that's every Thursday, right?
Every week, yeah.
Amara, thank you so much for the subs. You are precious. Literary, thank you so much for going in 2 months strong. You guys are amazing. We had our new overlay going on today. I've been slowly changing up some of the look of the channel. So if you haven't seen me before, my name is Bardicdice, Michael. I do D&D every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on this channel live right now. And I'm also changing my schedule this week. We're gonna try a new little schedule out for a bit because work and things like that, I've found I think it'll work on my days off instead. So my weekly streaming is gonna be Monday and Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with a Saturday every so often. That's kind of like my impromptu day. So hopefully we can have some fun while you guys are at work, background stuff. We'll have some fun with that. So we'll have a big Community Monday day where we'll start off with me at 1. We'll go into Rachel's art stream. Then we got Sip Master afterwards. We have so many different options, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. Besides that, if you guys don't already know, we do have a merch store that's open. So we got stickers, we got mugs, we got t-shirts. It's exciting. These are the stickers. They're so good. They came out so well. They're
what are you
amazing.
gonna stick them on?
On my computer. That, or I've been thinking about, like, so I have shelves. We're moving soon, but I was gonna have shelves up here like this and put the different artwork behind, like on little like frames. But they came out really small, so I was like, well, maybe my computer. Anyways, we'll talk about that later.
Sorry.
It's all good. No, that's my fault. I'm super excited about them. But these are going to be on a limited time only. So just go ahead and if you want them, pick them up now. We're going to be jumping into a different series of stickers coming up. So like collectibles, got to collect them all, you know? Got to be exclusive on the first line. So I think that's it for my announcements besides shouting out our lovelies who are back in town, Marquee Gaming. They're going to tell you a little bit about their channel. But like we always do, we're going to go around and do our introductions. Now that I don't have to do it for them this week. Super exciting. But starting off, as always.
Oh, hi. I'm Deely. Nice to see you again. My brain was like, yeah, I'm gonna like be really smooth, and then I'm like, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Anyways, I do art a lot, and I can only draw one character now. So if you want Makai art,
Locked in.
follow me. If you don't, follow Rachel. Yeah, I'm tired, guys, so this is gonna be fun. Yeah.
Not
Rachel's
sponsored
turn.
by D&D and coffee. Oh, D&D, get it? It's Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm cranberry.
Oh no.
Cranberry juice. We all have different drinks. Cranberry juice because I really just like the tart bitterness.
Like Makai.
Like me.
No, she really likes sweet stuff, so.
Okay.
No, it's her soul.
Oh, yeah, no, totally.
Just
She's like
kidding.
that. Okay, now that makes sense.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Hi.
welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back.
Hold on, sorry, Lit. No refunds for the puns. I'm sorry. Once you've subbed, that's it. It's done for. You can't cancel your subscription.
That's your punishment.
Anyway, sorry, go
It's
ahead.
your punishment. Hi guys. Nice to be back. For those of you that don't know me, I am Rachel, aka Pip400 Arts. I stream under Marquee Gaming, which is me and my husband's channel, wherever he is. I always forget the layout. Sorry.
I follow you every time.
Okay.
Doesn't change.
I know. I should know this.
I'm still on top.
Yeah. Beep, beep, beep. So yeah, I do art on Mondays at 3:30 CST. I can go a little longer now because I had some commitments be done for a bit. So I will probably stream from 3:30 to sometime after 6, maybe even 7 sometimes. Who knows? Yeah, and I usually do commissions or little things we're doing for the channel. Like we're doing a sticker giveaway, so I might be doing a Ren sticker at some point. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday, so come hang out with me. We usually have some pretty good talks and hang out. So the end.
Perfect. All right, heading down to the bottom left. The opposite.
I believe that is still me. I am still Deely's husband. Apparently, I don't have enough arrows. That is what the chat has been claiming.
Oh,
So we
man.
might need to either bold them or like
Challenge
add an arrow
accepted, y'all.
inside
If
the
y'all want
arrow
more
or something.
I'll give you more
Your-
arrows next week.
Burger arrows.
Yeah, apparently I might need some quivers.
All
Sounds
right.
like that's where we're at.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, happy to be here. Definitely support everybody, all the streamers and stuff. And we are excited to be here and hope that we can have a wonderful time hanging out with everybody.
I love it. And last but not least, the man, the myth, the legend, coming back from the shadows himself.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mark. I'm the other half of Marky Gaming with Rachel up there. And yeah, come join us on Sundays for some more D&D if you like D&D content. We'll do that on Sunday. Mike's part of that game as well. So it's a lot of fun. And we're coming back from our big break.
I'm so
And I have been planning so much
Okay.
stuff. I am so excited. You definitely want to be there.
I don't know what that means.
there was some like
Earthquake.
hours of silence in our car ride where afterwards he'd be like, I was just thinking about beacons.
Yeah, it's true. We'd just be cruising along and she'd
I
be playing her
love that.
music and I just would be silent, just planning, plotting,
Planning.
preparing.
Would you get a crooked smile every once in a while? Just
Yeah, just a small little
There were
smirk.
there were definitely a few chuckles like nothing, Rachel.
What'd you say? No? Oh, okay. All right. Love you too.
Yeah. I was too busy jamming to T Swift to notice, to be honest.
Nice. Classy. I like it. Thank you so much, Silent Legend, for the sub. You are literally a legend with some numbers. If you guys can see, there is a little bit of interactivity in chat. I've had this since the beginning. I just had no way of announcing it, but you can duel each other in chat. It's kind of fun. Unfortunately, Marky Gaming took me down, but that's okay. But what I can do is take his character down in tonight's game of Fates United.
Revenge.
I've lost everybody else, Mike, so don't feel bad.
That's
I
okay.
did win against him. So.
Nice. Entering into tonight's game of Fates United, we return after an emotional week last week, where we were 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 with Makai and Kahu. As we join back in with our old man on the hill. He continues to speak as he's looking over the Centaurium, almost like seeing a memory, distant past. The kids around him all in rapture as they're imagining the epic deeds of the Chosens and the different legends that they've heard, but for the first time hearing their origin. Well, the time had come, and now all 4 of our Chosens now have been awakened. As generations before had risen, Now is the time for our four to rise up, to carve their own path in this world. Well, almost. They must practice first together, however. Makai and Kalharanji learn to trust with each other, to defeat darkness. That sometimes it takes a helping hand to reach out and help you escape the darkness within. After defeating the enemy darkness, the basilisk, with the brave and unrelenting hearts, they slayed the wounded basilisk and purified the temple of the poison that had been corrupting the area, loosening darkness's hold on the area. At the same time, however, as the storm subsides here over the Centaurium, our other two, who had been taking a weekend break to New Organia, were also met with a few obstacles themselves. Who we're going to start with? I want both of you to roll a d20.
Wait, for what?
Who?
I
For
want
starting?
Rachel and Mark, Anais and
Okay.
Zachary, roll a d20.
19.
10.
Zachary, as you joined your sisters for a fun visit, unwinding from the pressures and the responsibilities that had been thrust upon you recently. It was nice to, sorry, Dunkin' Donuts. It was nice to get back and enjoy family time. Pure just joy and bliss. Your sister, Katrina, now feeling much better and a lot more lively, the color back to her skin. As parting ways with Anais and Bry, they spent the weekend showing you around, getting a chance to go down into the city and really see the city proper from the castle's point of view, rather from the ward's point of view up into the castle from the outside. It's been a long day, and you ended up falling asleep to the rain on the windows, lightning starting to crash down, and thunder rolling. But it was a nice, relaxing storm. So you thought. All of a sudden, you start dreaming. Again, back in Celestia. Beautiful meadow that you're walking through. A book in your hand. You're looking for a nice tree to find and sit down below. But all of a sudden, you start hearing a familiar voice whispering to you. Kill the boy. And then almost as if it was different whispers going throughout. Hey, spies in the castle. What are they doing here? It's treason. Take the girls. Get them. We must get them away. And you start looking around, and suddenly you're running through the halls of Organia, your two sisters in hand, almost running them away from danger. You can hear now the whispers of your family echoing, surrounding you in your head or in your ears, in your heart. You're not quite sure. You failed us. How could you lose the girls? You're a disappointment to us. And you start letting this sink in, and you almost feel like you're sinking below water. Like a storm that's overcoming you. But right at the moment where the darkness feels the most, and even the light in your quarterstaff begins to get overpowered with the darkness, you can see right in front of you, starting to appear and glow in the hallway, in this dark hallway, a small orb lighting up. You walk over to the orb, kind of putting your sisters behind you, protecting them. And you look through, and you can see Makai and Kaharanji holding each other in like a protective hug. Stay alert. I'm gonna try and mess with us more. And suddenly, a flash of light appears as you can feel connected with them. A bond created that you're there for them just as much as they are here for you. And light fills your vision, and you feel the darkness fade from view as this peace and calm comes back over you. You know your sisters are safe. You know you've done the right thing so far. And all of a sudden the light becomes overwhelming. You start shielding your eyes for a second. And you wake up. And you're back in the room with the two sisters. You had fallen asleep in the chair, reading a book that the sisters gave you. It's on your chest. It's a new book about the differences between divine magic and learned magic. You get the idea that Iris and Katrina might have had help from Arcanist Turin with this gift, but it was definitely a well thought out gift from your sisters for your birthday, your 18th birthday even. Looking around, and it's really dark, but the lightning and thunder has seemed to subside a little bit, and it's more of a peaceful rain. And you can look around, you can see the unlit birthday cake with a few slices and a few uneaten cookies, one half bitten off but put back on the plate like kids do. And you just feel relaxed. For the first time since you left Celestia, actually feeling totally safe and secure that you've done the right thing for your sisters and they're not in trouble here. What's your passive perception?
10.
Something's glowing though in the corner. It kind of, you rub your eyes for a second, fully waking from this dream, and you see a light source, but not coming from any of the sconces or crystals here. Almost looks like it's over where Katrina's at.
Yeah, I'll get up and go take a look at what it is.
You walk over. It's like Katrina's sitting up reading a book or something under the covers. But there's like a light coming from underneath. You walk over, but you realize she's asleep. There's just this light, this orb just glowing there. She's fallen asleep with a book at her side.
So it's like under the covers?
You thought it was, because like when she was like turning away from you, but it's now like she's like lying sideways reading a book as if trying to hide the light from everyone else in the room.
Oh, okay. This is Katrina?
Yep.
Okay.
She stirs for a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I wake you? And she looks at it. Oh, I don't know how to turn it off. Bro, I think I learned magic. And you see her point again, and another orb appears as this one fades. And you recognize it as the light cantrip.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. I mean, that's really good.
I didn't know I had magic. But don't tell Iris, okay? I haven't seen her do any magic.
Okay. Everyone can have different skills.
I just don't want her to be jealous. How do you turn it off?
You just you feel like that connection to it. You just gotta let it go, like a balloon or something. You let go.
And she kind of like blows it away like a little flower, and it just like disapparates.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Can I be like you one day? Think I'll go to the Centaurium?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
Use it for good. Use it to help people and
Oh.
keep people safe.
Okay. Is it okay to use it for reading though?
Yeah, reading's a good thing.
Oh, okay. Cool. I really like this book. And it's this little like fairy tale, almost like a Red Robin, Red Riding Hood, Red Robin.
Yum.
Yum. I was thinking of Red Riding Hood and Robin Hood, but yeah, in this world, she's called Red Robin.
Okay.
She loves birds. It's amazing.
She soon started up her own restaurant.
I mean, she had an inn
Organia.
somewhere, but it didn't really work out. It was only burgers, and that's it. So it was a little too expensive for everyone's tastes.
But yeah, I'll just kind of sit on the bed and just say, yeah, keep practicing. I mean, you're learning stuff that I didn't learn when I was your age, even.
What?
You're learning it sooner than I did.
How old were you?
I was a teenager.
I'll learn all I can. Did mom or dad know magic?
Not much. It was mostly granddad.
Yeah. I always thought they were little tricks, but I guess he was using magic, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Kinda miss them.
Me too.
But anyway, it's your birthday. You're
Yeah.
so old now.
Yeah. So
Easy. Well, guess we should get to bed, huh?
yeah, get some rest.
Do you really have to leave tomorrow?
I gotta get back, but it's been fun.
It has been. And she like leans over, gives you a really big hug. You're the best bro ever.
Pretty good yourself.
Never. And she kind of like throws herself into the pillow again.
Okay.
She seems to
I'll
be like
tuck her
really
in.
full of energy after having been sick for so long.
It's good. So yeah, I'll tuck her back in and put the book on the nightstand. And
Red Robin. As you head back over to your little like chair / bed that you kind of set up, give me a perception check.
10.
Okay. Iris seems to be sleeping. Kind of stirred a little bit, but her eyes are closed.
Am I in the same room as them sleeping, or did I have that other room before?
So Brian and Nias are using the other room.
Okay.
You're sleeping in the same room with them. You didn't want to be too far away from them.
Okay.
And it's pretty late now. It's you'd kind of woken up in the middle of the night. But you do notice the kind of leftover stress and fears that you had brought into this weekend do seem to have faded. And there's this peace and calm that kind of washes over you in this moment from the dream. You almost get this feeling like you're soaring above everything. Feels nice.
Yeah. And I'll think about Meikai and Kahu and just that connection that we have, that feeling I had.
It's like heavy on your mind right now.
I'm just hoping they're okay.
I mean, of course they were. I mean, it's just the weekend at Centaurium. What bad could happen there, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. You easily are able to fall back asleep. But right before you do, you hear a little bit of a crackle and thunder rolling through the city. And for a second, your mind drifts to Anais. And so do we. As Anais, we join you. You've kind of spent the day. Precarious had been kind of taking you on a little bit of a tour of the place, but you had spent the day kind of in disguise as his squire. That was kind of the word that was kind of put around. You kind of keep your hood up, kind of protected, and I'm assuming you probably wouldn't have wanted to go out too much, just in kind of fear of things, right?
Yeah, especially if like this is a bigger city, right?
Huge.
Yeah, so I really don't think I think she'd be kind of intimidated by it at this point. So yeah, probably if anywhere, it'd have to be somewhere specific, and if Bri like explained a purpose, she'd be okay with it. Probably,
Yeah.
but you know.
He didn't really leave the castle proper much. He kind of took you down to show you the garden. And what's different about this garden is that there's not statues of other people. Maybe a few older kings and things like that here, but there's no like chosens from past view or anything like that. But there is one large statue that is almost seen from anywhere within the castle. A man wearing a tiara with a crystal in the middle, and these large angel wings that come up behind him. And you know this to be from what you've picked up before and kind of stories as well in the legends. This is to be Alana's father, the old king that was slain. He was one of the old chosens, one of the past chosen. But Bricarius understands, and he
Does
also
he have like a? Or do we see that statue, by the way?
yeah, you can see it
Like
from almost
up close.
If you wanted to, you could. It's within, so the castle proper is kind of the main area, and the garden kind of goes in through the courtyard and around the backside. You can see down on the overcliffs. To see the statue up close, you'd have to come to the front to where the public and the guardsmen to the castle, kind of that area where they meet, like the courtyard out front.
Oh,
But it's still within the gates to the city proper.
Okay.
So if you would want to, he can definitely take you up front to kind of see it up closer. If that is what you
There's
want
a lot
to.
of people there.
There's not, today there's not a whole lot. But
Okay.
it is starting to get a little bit more busy compared to the rest of the castle.
Okay. Well, if he has a tour set, I guess I will follow him around. I'm
Okay.
not sure how.
So
How
he
much?
does, yeah, so he does take you through kind of the front area past the statue. Is there anything specific you wanted to take a look at it?
I just want to see if there's like any info about him,
Like a little,
like around
like a
the
little data
statue.
sheet?
You know how they have little plaques sometimes, or like their name even, or like
You
their
kind of look around and
date of birth.
sure.
I don't know.
There is a timeline. It says, let me get to it real quick. It says King Broden Taurus and a timeline. So, okay. So I haven't really come up with a legit like year that it is now. It's kind of like year, like I start like with, if this is year 0, I've kind of been going backwards with it. Maybe I'll come up with that when I figure out the time.
That's right. You can send me info later if you want.
Actually, you know what? No, I can do it. Year 3, say. I go backwards with it. So this would be the year. Math. 618. Okay. So this would be math. I need to write this down in terms of like a timeline then. So this is the year 618.
Mhm.
And he was born, the year of his death was 595. So he was born in 553 and died in the year 595.
Okay.
And it just says chosen by the light. Long may he reign, King Broden.
Okay.
Broden, yeah.
Okay.
So
Cool. Remember that.
that's all you can see. There's no plaques or anything that speak of his deeds or his work or anything. And you ask Bardicdice about it, and he quickly tells you it's common lore around here. He was kind of seen as the great hero and unifier that brought the humans together again as a kingdom. And that hadn't happened for quite some years. They had been separated up until the Great Divide, of course. But it is kind of common knowledge. It's like oral tradition. It's not really written down too much here because it's so recent. Everyone kind of knows what's happened. So.
And then he was killed by other Chosens, right?
You ask him, and Bardicdice, yes, that's unfortunately what happened. Or so what everyone says. There really wasn't any witnesses that I'm aware of.
She signs, what do you think?
It's a beautiful statue, and he begins to like guide you out of the courtyard from prying ears and eyes, even though you're signing things.
Signing, yeah.
Yeah, there's just this, just in case, you know, you can say he feels comfortable here, but a little unease in New Organia. It's Centaurium's his home, but he kind of starts taking you back down the hallways into the garden where no one's around. He goes, It is quite treasonous to say anything otherwise, but I wouldn't know. I just find it hard to believe that Chosens would turn for no reason.
She signs, I mean, there was temptation there, I guess, so maybe they gave into it?
Could have. I guess I'm a hopeless romantic, or I like to have optimism. I would hate to think that. He's looking around again. Even someone like you could have the temptation to fall. There's a little heavy, like, you, meaning like you and you as a chosen.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, you get the feeling like that's again why he wanted to, like, bring out of the courtyard, because he doesn't want anyone to catch on to any sort of link.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he takes the rest of the day. You guys kind of walk around the castle. He is specifically having a meeting with Arcanist Turin and Inquisitor Varen, who is the head Inquisitor that's been at the Centaurium, about some research notes about Dravar specifically, and what your father Kellum has been doing the last time that they did any studies. You're not privy to that meeting, but he does seem a little excited leaving it. He has a few more scrolls and a few more things to study from it. And he brings them back to the room and kind of tells you that, you know, he's got a lot to study. But was there anything specifically else that you would like to do or ask him before kind of the rest of the day goes by?
Yeah, I mean, I guess she just probably want all the details she could hear about the meeting, and asking Bry if maybe they might have known, like, how Kellum's notes would have, like, gotten where they were, and, like, that's been really bothering her, you know, and just trying to find any sort of connected anything.
It was a little bit more formal meeting than that. This was more trying to procure notes that Kellum had sent off to Arcanist Turin, and some of the research that has happened since. I apologize, I didn't bring up much with him on what's happened. I don't know where Varen lies. I'm not sure of his allegiance as well, to be honest. But don't worry. If you give me the night to study these, I might have a few more answers and insights into that. You should enjoy yourself here. It's a wonderful, beautiful area to be.
She like looks around. It looks probably like really rich.
Really, really rich to you. Marbly. You're used to the woods and kind of the mountainsides.
She just signs, I can help you.
Can you?
She like points to like all his scrolls.
There's not many of them that are in common or elvish.
Where are they in?
These are in a form of arcane runic. A way to speak from mage to mage. We make sure to encrypt them. We were worried at the time of opposing ideologies from the elves that anyone could get their hands on this and maybe use our research against us. I mean, did your father teach you any of this? Maybe a few like symbols, but nothing to translate.
Like
that.
hi, maybe? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey. Robin, maybe.
Yeah, Rudin.
But
yeah, so she just
unfortunately.
Yeah, she just kind of shakes her head, but she does sign. That's probably Mark.
Yeah.
She does sign that. That sounds really smart, though. So it couldn't get anywhere else.
Your father's a lot smarter than I was. And I know you are very smart.
She just signs. He's smarter. He was smarter.
He had more time to do studies. Different. So,
She signs. I guess I can't help you then. That's just kind of looking around like, is that a loss of what to do?
there's a training hall right around the corner. That's something maybe you wanted to do.
Mark. Yeah, actually, she probably would sign. Yeah, maybe. But Zach said he wanted me to meet his sisters. Do you know where he is?
Well, they'd gone for a tour a bit. I'm not quite sure if they've come back. But we can check. They've just they sleep in the room around the corner from this little guest area. Maybe when they get back or tomorrow morning.
Okay, yeah. So she just kind of nods and she'll probably just.
I mean, if you want to stay here, I mean, there's a few scrolls I could hand your way.
She nods at that.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you spend the afternoon kind of with him, kind of reading through some stuff. A lot of it goes to speak into kind of the city's view of the affinities and kind of how there is this feeling of self-preservation and it's almost that like humanism, like the Renaissance, where it's like the divine comes from within, and you know it's not the ancient one that gives us our powers, but we all have it within. You know, like it's very much different from the Centaurium's divine way or the ancient way. There's a bit of lessening to the ancient one's direct influence over the affinities, and rather the science and understanding and manipulation of understanding the magical sources better. So you start picking up on that a bit, but everything else either gets a little over top of your head or you kind of start getting distracted thinking about it. But eventually you do end up, do you doze off here or are you going back to a room to sleep for the night? Getting pretty late. You kind of kept on checking for Zachary and the sisters and
Poking her head out.
yeah, you didn't see them tonight when they came back.
I think she's probably a little clingy to Bri being
Sure.
in a weird place. So if he's not going to bed, she's probably not, and she may have just kind of like bammed down on the desk
Okay,
at some
sure.
point. So
Yeah. So you're kind of like in this study / like there's like a door that goes to the guest room area. It's like kind of like an open study that allows for the different traveling mages to come study as they're visiting, and they grab different scrolls from the library because they can't really take it from the castle. But the rain starts falling, and the storm, you can start listening and hearing thunder, and kind of perks up and gives you a little bit of a happiness that it's here, I guess, you know. The words start blurring on the page. Eventually, you know, you just kind of, the tapping and the biting on like a quill that he has, you can vicariously, he's like deep in study, he's like, all right, okay, yeah. He's like tapping on the desk. Everything starts making you slowly fall asleep. And as you do, the storm that you're hearing becomes less calming and welcoming, and becomes a little bit stormy. And it reminds you of the night that you were taken. And the anxiety starts coming up with you run. And all of a sudden, that same hand that keeps on plaguing your nightmares grabs you again. A white lotus, symbol of the lightus, appears on this old, crinkly hand with longer nails that are unkept. You can hear her voice, but this time you break free. You feel stronger than you had been before, and you break free and you start running. Now you're drenched in this storm, the wind pressing up against you, giving you a little resistance. But you're running through the hallways of the castle here. And you can hear these yells. There she is! She must be a chosen! She's a thief! Murder her! Murder her! Just like the other elves! Kill her! And the fear in you starts overwhelming as you start running. And a guard is coming after you, and you go down another hallway and yet another hallway. Bardicdice nowhere in sight. And the fear starts overwhelming you. Are you continuing to run, or would you end up fighting and slashing out at someone?
It depends on if the people that are pursuing her are elves or other people.
They're other people. I mean, it's
That's
kind of hard to
usually
tell.
hard.
It's kind of like that dream thing where you can hear whispers and people chasing behind you, but you can't turn your head. But when the ones that are trying to stop you are guards from Organia. You don't see any elves.
Okay. I think she keep running then.
Okay, all of a sudden you duck past, and this continues to happen. You can hear them gaining up on you behind you. And right as you're about to get away, you feel a hand grasp your shoulder. It's the overwhelming darkness and the fear of what happened. You don't want to go back. You don't want to see what happened again. You shut your eyes. But you hear calming, beautiful music. Starts playing out, and you've heard this music before. You've heard Meikai play from her lute. Is it a lute?
It's an erhu. It's Chinese. I don't know if I think. Wait, have you guys seen me play? I don't know. I know Kahu has for sure.
They might not have seen you, but they've
We
heard
just
you.
hear the
They've
music.
heard
I
it.
think.
Yeah, they've heard it. Yeah.
But you do recognize that it's the same kind of tunes that Meikai normally plays from her. And it's very calming and musical. But you can feel it guiding you, calming you in the storm, as it almost seems to swirl around you and mix with the storm. And the storm slowly calms back down. And instead of feeling fearful, you feel a swelling of courage in you. You reach back and grab that glaive and cast it out. And you turn around and slash at the hand that had grabbed you. And you just see shadow as all of a sudden the glaive goes into the shadow, and electricity like a ball flashes out and evaporates the shadow as you can hear the music playing. All kind of like in tune as like a beat with the lightning and everything, as the thunder and the rain starts hitting again, but it's that calming presence again. And all of a sudden you're no longer in Organia. You look around And you're in like an old temple? Ruins? Pillars that have broken, symbols of Lortha and the different affinities. But you've never seen this before, and you can see water dripping down, but as soon as it drips down from the ceiling, it hits the ground and it rises like steam. And you realize the water that's been dripping from you from the rain in the dream is now starting to dry and steam off of you. It's very hot here, wherever you are. You see elaborate runes on the pillars. And as you walk forward, following the music is almost guiding you. You come to this one pillar and there's this crystal. Yellow. And you can almost see like yellow arcane lines that run through veins like ore in the mountain. The music swells and almost like a crash of thunder. You're, damn it! And you wake up suddenly. And the sun's coming through and you see now Bardicdice angry. And he's thrown the scrolls up against the wall and crashed it.
She's like jolted awake. She's like has her like weapon. She's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. And for the first time, you see Bardicdice no longer like cheerful and happy, but he's got rings under his eyes. He's obviously been up all night, combing through these, and seems to have found something or not found something. And in a rage of frustration, the scrolls and papers have gone flying, and he's just sitting here, just beyond frustrated.
It probably takes her like maybe good like a few seconds, like 10-20 seconds to like calm down because she's like hyper adrenaline mode from being startled. But after that, she'll kind of like climb off her chair and like go over to him and like probably get in his face a little bit because I'm sure he looks like he's looking down or something, and just sign what.
You can now see like the sun coming in through the morning. You had slept hard. You kind of like one of those like the numb half of your face, a little bit of like maybe a quill mark.
Yeah.
I was hoping for answers. This is a dead end again. He's dead.
She signs. What's it? Is it Dravar?
Dravar.
Dravar. Yeah, so she signs Dravar.
Yeah. He's died of a heart attack last year. I don't think he had any connection with the Lightest. None that I can find here, at least. You just see him just dejected, heartbroken.
She just is kind of like, I guess, watching him, and eventually will sign. It's not like we'll never find anything else.
What kind of father am I if I can't find the person that... I can't find anybody but the one who murdered my son. His birthday bond. I hate not being able to do anything about it. Back. Can't help you bring justice. All I'm sitting here is finding some same information that we knew about some old temple that your father had been in. and nothing about Dravar. Nothing about any connection he had with any political party.
She was looking like a little like she was about to sign something. She was waiting for him to finish, but then old temple thing like immediately diverted her attention, and so then she signs what old temple?
Just the same old archaeology site that he'd been at, the last one over by the volcano. It's a dead end. They didn't find anything.
She signs. Did you go there?
Yeah. They found a few crystals. That's where they found the cat's eye, but just, I don't know. Your father was...
She signs a yellow one.
No, that's where he found your blue cat's eye, but that's all we found. There's rumors of some old, you know, your father was convinced that there's an old civilization that had lived there, and I don't know.
She signs.
He was obviously wrong.
She signs. Did it have symbols of the affinities in it?
I mean, I don't know. They never found a temple or anything. They found carvings with symbols, but they were never able to find an entrance or signs that of an actual temple or location there. They found signs of people living there, and that's why they continued to dig. But why? It's a dead end, Anais. I don't know. Why are you asking about it?
She signs.
Shrug.
Well, she signs. Well, I was just sort of dreaming about a temple, and it was really hot, and it had lots of symbols of the affinities, and
Got a volcano?
oh, really,
I never told you about that.
She signs. I mean, I remember you told me that he got it in a dig for the cat's eye.
I never told you it was at the volcano. Maybe this isn't quite a dead end like we thought it was. I think this is something like your the children's told you?
She signs. I don't know. There's been a lot of dreams that say a lot of things lately, so maybe they're supposed to be something more. I don't know.
All right. Well,
She signs the dream I had that Lotha gave me before when I got struck by lightning that led me to. Then she points to like her weapon on her back.
oh. That is quite the weapon. All right. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to check it out eventually. Maybe we can carve out some time in the future to, I guess, go check it again. I can try and reach out, maybe back to Celesterum, and try and see if there's anyone still around that worked on the site with your father.
She signs if you think that's going to be safe, then sure.
A letter wouldn't hurt. Haven't stepped home ever since Connor.
What do you say? I'm sorry, I missed that.
He hasn't stepped home ever since.
Oh,
And then he kind of like trebled off with just saying Connor. Almost like he can't bring himself to say it.
she signs. It's okay that this takes time. When you hunt things, you have to wait for the perfect moment to strike.
I just feel like I'm letting him down. Like his Soul can't rest. I don't seem like I feel like I can rest.
She signs, I can't either. But they're patient, all of them.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fly off the handle there.
She like looks at all the papers and then she signs. It actually seems like that might be helpful. Like tossing things around.
How about it? And he like hands over you like some scrolls and papers that talk about Drafar and like his history and stuff.
She just like looks at him and then chucks him on the ground.
And he like grabs an inkwell and is like, ah, like launches it at the wall, and you guys just start like throwing and chucking stuff. And about like 2 seconds later, the door opens, and it's the old guy that's like that overlooks the transportation circle. He's like, what is the meaning of this? And Barcar's just like, sorry. And he just like waves his hand and like does a prestidigitation and like starts like putting stuff back. It's fine. Just a little bit of, we're just having fun. You know, it's called fun. Let's not do that again.
Nice is like hiding behind him, just nods.
But it's morning. I do believe Zachary's back if you want to go speak with him. I'll put together everything I can about the temple. Zachary might even be able to help
pats
translate it
his
if you want
arm.
to tell him.
She nods and she pats his arm.
Pats you on the head.
I'll go find Zach.
Get out of here. Cool.
Her big poofy hair.
Yeah.
Puff, puff, puff.
Just hurry up. Make sure you remember. We need to get back to the Centaurium soon too.
Just nods like very casually.
Yeah. Like telling a kid, you gotta be back here by 10.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, whatever. Cool. You go over and door's shut. You can hear some activity from within the room where they're at, but you can knock on the door if you want.
Okay, I don't knock yet. I listen.
I mean, you can hear like 2 little girls laughing, and they seem to be. Zach, I don't know what you would want them to be doing in the morning. You're just playing around
Jumping
with
on
them.
the bed, all
Yeah.
of them.
Throwing a ball
Eating some more
around,
cookies.
joking around. Yeah,
Eating more cookies.
they got a little sugar rush going.
Zach's having some regrets. So many cookies. Okay, yeah. So I probably, it takes me probably like a little bit of time, especially hearing like smaller voices. It's a little hard.
There's like a guard that walks up. He's like, "Are you okay? Do you need any help?"
She's just like nods, like then she knocks on the door.
All right.
I'll go open the door.
There's Anais.
Oh, hi,
Like
Diane.
Hey, the
she
guard.
looks a little shook. Nice, like across the, or the guard is across the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on in.
She like comes in.
So this is my sisters.
Hi. Iris and Katrina both wave at you.
So
Nice waves back.
Iris is 9, Katrina's 7.
Zachary, have you told them about her at all?
I probably would have mentioned she came with the whole day yesterday with them or whatever. So
You just hear Iris. You didn't tell us how pretty she was? And you hear Katrina, I love your hair.
She kind of like smiles just a little bit.
So
Good.
yeah, she's the one who helps me.
You see Sasha in
everyone
the
safe.
bushes. How dare
She's here. Sorry.
She's the one who helped me get the thing to help Katrina too. So
She like didn't think to bring out her notebook before because she was 2, but she does take out her notebook now and she writes down do you feel better? And shows it to, she remembers as the youngest, so Katrina.
Katrina had already kind of started like walking up closer to you. She goes, yeah, I feel a lot better. You helped him find the, and she looks looking over at Iris, the plant, the root that saved me.
She like, and then she writes,
Yeah, she did.
everyone did
She goes in and
a
hugs
lot.
you, like gives you a
Aw.
big hug. Thank you.
Yeah, her eyes get like super big, and she like slowly hugs her.
It's weird because like
And it's, like,
your siblings are kind of close to the same age too.
it's really hard. It's like both really good to like be
Yeah.
like, oh, little baby, but also like
A baby
dagger in
hugging
the
a
heart.
baby.
Yeah, dagger in the heart. So
And Iris is kind of, hey, give her some space. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
she writes and shows it to both of them this time, and it says, if you ever need any help or someone to watch your back, you can ask me if you need someone extra besides Zach.
Wow, you're so nice. Thank you. But we know Zachary, he can defeat anything. It's gonna be super strong. Iris is standing there. She goes, so, do you shoot arrows too? Yeah, look like you have a quiver on your back. I've been shooting arrows lately.
She writes, I'm learning how to.
Me too.
She writes, can you hit a bullseye?
Not yet.
Or the target?
I mean, I hit the target once. I also hit another boy one time. He wasn't too happy about that.
She writes, was it on purpose? And just looks at her.
And she just kind of like, no. And she's just like side-eyeing Zachary. But she's trying to hide a smirk.
You want
she
to practice some more? You can go outside and practice some more.
Yeah, can you show me some tips?
You want to go with them, Nias? Do you want to take them?
She writes, are you coming?
I'll catch up. I gotta talk to Arcanist's turn.
You
So
babysit. It's been a long weekend.
please, I'm so tired.
There's some cookies too. Eat some
Like,
cookies.
I need a shower, like an hour to myself, please. Okay, no, sorry. I took. I have cookies now in my
Eat some
hand.
cookies.
Okay.
They're delicious.
So she takes cookies and then she just writes, as long as, or she writes, I'll make sure they're okay.
Perfect.
And they both grab your hand and start leading out of the room.
Okay.
Really cool. We'll show you the archery place. And like Zachary hears them kind of like, yeah. They're nonstop talking to you, and you got no way to talk back because they have both of your hands.
So she's probably just like nodding a lot, like, yeah.
It's amazing.
Also, maybe look a little shell shocked with all the interaction.
Sure, yeah, for sure. But yeah, you guys end up going to the archery spot, and you know they have a lovely time. She's kind of showing you all the different bows there, and there's one moment where she asks you if you're going to use yours from your quiver, but if you don't, they have other bows there as well. It's up to you.
Yeah, she would definitely not, because it's so freaking
That's what
loud.
I figured. Yep. Okay. Just making sure. Just checking.
She would seem way more interested in looking at all of the bows the castle had to offer.
Yeah, they're okay. But yeah, you guys end up doing that and end up spending the next 30 minutes or an hour kind of shooting arrows, and you're kind of like helping them each to like bring the elbow in, and you know, different little tips like that.
Yeah, I might even have a couple tips at least.
Oh.
Right, look at that.
All right, Zachary.
So one, I want a quick clarifying question.
Sure.
Having been in the city for quite some time and taking a tour yesterday as well, statue information, that was all stuff that I could know as well. I've
Yes,
seen.
very much so. Yep. You could
'Cause,
even,
yeah,
in your time, if you had wanted to find someone to ask more questions, you can as well. If you want to like dig deeper, that is available to you.
I would be interested in like just a look, like cursory look, just to see if there was more to learn about any of the affinities whatsoever, like all of
There's
them.
no mention of any other affinity
Okay, so
besides
it's
the light.
just that. Any other history of what happened 25 years ago, I would be looking for stuff like that.
Looking, can't find anything except there is a wooden plaque that shows along the path leading out of the city the tomb of the great king and the cemetery of family Taurus,
Okay.
which you know exactly where that is,
Yeah.
having been there before.
Yes. Okay, so then otherwise I just go talk to Turin.
Cool. You head that way. You can go past a room where you see Bardicdice picking up papers. Morning! Morning, Zachary. Tripped a little bit. Not a big deal.
What's the ink all over the wall?
Tripped really bad.
Oh. Okay. I'll walk away.
Yeah. No, people don't like Bardicdice here. There's a few squires that have been like, you see them like running in and the guy shouting, you know, clean up the room. A few squires have been like joined over there to help him clean. But you knock on the other door that's adjacent to that. And Arcanist Torn is there. And he's like making some morning tea and waking up for the day. Hasn't quite put on his like proper robes or anything. But yes, come in.
Hi.
Haha, Zachary boy, come in, please. Did all the ruckus wake you up as well?
My sisters.
Ah, well, of course. Different sort of ruckus. Yes,
Good ruckus.
good ruckus.
I brought some stuff for you.
You did.
I spent a little bit of time and I got a little bit of translation done. Not a ton, but it's a little.
Fantastic. Very good. That was very quick of you. I always do good work.
And I'll pull out, like from my bag, the jars, and I'll pull out the two that have the black oily substance from the mine in it. And I'll say, you wanted some of this stuff, so I got some.
Is this the that's poison?
This is, I think, from the water temple. There was a water source coming down to some mines that were beneath it, and there was some stuff that was affected by darkness. It looked like.
You take
There.
another look at this, and it's like super thick and like meniscus before. It's like now dissolved into the water, almost like it's not able to hold its form anymore. It looks different.
It's nothing there, or
It's there, but it's almost like a swirling oil in water. It's not like the thick veins that it was before. It's almost like starting to just break apart.
so I don't know if you can like get rid of the water somehow, and it would be just that. But
I can see what I could do. I could begin to study it. Like it's losing some of its form, but I can see what I can do.
I got it yesterday, so I got it here as soon as I could.
I appreciate it. This is perfect. Maybe if you find anything that brings further studies, I could always go visit there myself. Bring maybe a few inquisitors for safety. It's good of you. Just be safe doing this. Don't put yourself in harm.
Yeah, just trying to help.
You did good. But I will begin studying this. It might take some time, but very good progress. Never seen anything quite like this. I mean, granted, nature studies are not quite my corner, but I have a few friends I might be able to reach out to as well. Starts like kind of pouring into a vial and like kind of he like splits them up into different vials and he's putting 1 or 2 over water like to try and like distill and evaporate some of the water from it. See if that's gonna do anything.
Before I get back to my sisters, I just have a question for you.
Oh, of course.
I mean, I've been at the Centaurium, and there's lots of stuff about the Chosen and affinities there.
Mhm.
But, I mean, I know that they're not liked around here. What are your thoughts on them?
He can wave his hand and kind of close the door behind you. Meaning what?
Well, I mean,
Be careful around here, speaking of them. Anyone...
yes, I know.
Yeah. Anyone that you speak ill of the king and favorable of the Chosens, you look down upon as being borderline treasonous around here.
So, I mean, they sent us to a place that's like all about them, though. The queen's there.
It
What-
is.
What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, the Centaurium is an older establishment that's preceded really New Organia. It was around when old Organia had been established. When any of our kingdoms and cultures started separating, really. In some places, it's seen as an old religion, legends, stories of creation. Others, it's still pursued to as history, seen as truth. I mean, it depends on where you're coming from. Different cultures have different ways. I mean, some of the ones that don't even partake, and even some of them that do partake, worship other gods now, instead of the affinities themselves. I've done my own research into them, historically wise, and I don't know. I can't begin to say what's true or not. A lot of things have been lost to history, but I do know that the sciences and the magics that we currently study are, what's the word? Undeniable. They are quantitative. You can see them, you can feel them, you can interact with them. Some of these stories with the Chosens, you have to take it on faith.
So, I mean, if there's this darkness stuff that's showing up, if Chosen started showing up too, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Interesting. So, meaning that another generation would be formed. I mean, I assume we would potentially be coming up on another one, but it's so early. I mean, it's been hundreds of years between generations before.
I'm just
Why do you say
curious,
this?
because of darkness showing up. I mean, there's the
I mean, darkness has
my
been
sister,
around since the
there's-
beginning.
yeah, but it's been my sister and the water temple and the mine. It seems like it's everywhere. And from what I've read, that's when Chosen show up too.
Well, that is one possibility. I mean, have you met a Chosen yourself?
I met the daughter of one, I guess.
He looks a little like at your hesitation there. I mean, being family of a Chosen doesn't mean that new Chosens have been formed or anything. I mean, many of these Chosens aren't family line or inherited.
Just, I trust your opinion. And hypothetically, then, if you think it's too soon, if
Yeah.
Chosen started showing up, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
He walks over and he kind of puts his hand on your shoulder, and you get this sense of like like an adult that's listening to like a teenager continue to be like worry about something, and they're like, it's okay. He puts his hand on your shoulder and he goes, I understand you've been through so much. It must seem like darkness is all around, but just because it's localized to you doesn't mean it's rising again around the world. I know you must be very worried. Okay. I mean, hypothetically, I guess if we were to go down that rabbit hole, I mean, it would depend on who they are, where they come from, what their intentions are. Give me a persuasion check.
All right. 21.
100%. 100% is how it's
I picked
acting.
up on that
Yeah,
reference.
100%. What'd you
21.
get? 21?
21.
You see him, like, he's still holding onto your shoulder, and he grabs, like, a pendant around his necklace. I'll be honest. I don't know what to think. The Chosens have had extra abilities and have been given powers, or maybe have an aptitude to connect to different affinities better than others. Sometimes power isn't always a good thing in some people's hands. I was friends with the king. I had traveled with him a few times. I knew the other Chosens in passing. I thought they were great people. And the Dean and I, we were devastated when a friend was killed. We were some of his closest consuls. So to see someone like the Chosens, who are supposed to be impervious, legend, heroic, people that are risen above the rest, to see them fall like that, turn on such a great man, I don't know how I'd feel. I mean, if they turned out to be good people, of course it's good. Anything fight against the darkness. But if they ended up being same as before, I think they would do greater harm than good. Sure, the Great Divide was not good for everybody, but it's keeping the peace. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not one of those that hates the primordial races, but we haven't had war ever since we've been apart. It's better to live apart than to grow in war and altercation everywhere. You understand that, right?
I don't know.
To be young and not stricken by the darkness of the world. I used to view the world like you did. Things begin to gray the older you get and the more you experience them. Oh. Anyways, I mean, it's just a hypothetical, right? Don't worry about darkness rising around you. I'm sure it's localized, and I mean, darkness is no different than poison out in the world, or a rot in a wood. It comes and goes, but as things die, new things are created from it, right?
When I was talking to your friend the Dean, he had mentioned how he thought it might be better to just get rid of the Chosens. And how that might stop the darkness. Do you agree with that?
It's quite the extreme. Leon has always been a more pessimistic view of everything than maybe myself or the king. But he took the death of the king pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if he is more bitter than I am about them. But I don't know. I mean, these are all what ifs. These are all variables to an equation we can't solve. Maybe in hindsight, sure, but you get rid of the Chosens and darkness still rises. And what hope do you have to beat it without the Chosens, if you believe in it? You rise up and try and defend against darkness with them by your side. Who knows? Maybe they fall and become allies and agents to the darkness. We wouldn't know until hindsight. That's why history is so important.
Okay.
You have any other questions? Seem so disappointed. Like, not give you the answers you were looking for, maybe?
No, I just
I mean, do you want to be a chosen? I know I wouldn't want that.
think everything that's been going on has been interesting, and the dean told us to be ready to fight the darkness. So
We don't do. What's
I
us
just-
as mages do? We grow our powers and continue to make sure and secure and lower the probability that we're ever to be taken off guard, whether it's darkness or, you know, just another person.
I guess I just am trying to understand if I should, like, if I ran into people who were chosens, should I befriend them? Should I hide from them? Should I do something more drastic to them?
Oh, it's no different than meeting anyone at the Centaurium or someone on the streets. You need to use your judgment. Figure out who they are for yourself. I mean, it's not a blanket question. Not all chosens are good, and not all unchosens are bad. Right?
Do you think the queen would agree with that?
I don't know. He seems to have taken everything in stride fairly well, speaking with, but she was such a little girl when it happened. She was so saddened when father was killed, and her mother's almost been non-existent ever since. Queen was heartbroken. That's why Alana's had to step up so early, almost as if what's her name? As Queen Joanna, she just stopped caring about the people, stopped caring about her daughter.
She still lives?
Barely. Doesn't eat well, and she stays up in the tower. She hasn't really been there for Queen Alana. Alana's kind of raised herself.
Am I familiar with what tower she's speaking, or he's speaking of? Like, what I know?
Not specifically, but you would be assuming some royal house. You know, there's like one or two towers that would be back in the actual housing to the, because you guys are kind of in the castle proper, but you're still like on the outward like where the staff lives, where guests are. There's still like the royal palace inward as well. So you would assume somewhere within the inner castle, but one of the towers there, you're not 100% sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
How has this Santorium gone for you? You and Alana been getting along?
I think so.
And if I remember correctly, Turin, he does know about your secret, right? About being an ASMR? Because your parents trusted him, if I remember correctly.
Believe so, yeah.
Just want to make sure. I didn't want to go into a conversation like Precarious and be like, I know something I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you found any issues hiding your secret?
I think everybody knows.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
No, but it's done.
I mean, if it's not too late, I mean, I have a disguised self scroll I can send you. Probably should have thought about that before I brought you there. Thought about that.
No. It's fine. I shouldn't hide who I truly am.
The words right out of my mouth. He kind of like gives you a little like tap on the shoulder. He's like, your grandfather would be very proud of you. He was never one to hide away who he was and who your family is. There's a lot of pride that you guys carry with you. To have a special bloodline. I'm just a lowly mage that made something of himself. But you have a chance to become something.
I hope to see him again.
Sure you will. Been trying to write to your father and no answer, but I don't know. I had heard that the not Everett's. That the Sasha's parents
Mixed stalker. Oh.
mixed stalker took over. Everence. So the Everence family took over leadership there.
Yep.
Just be careful. They've cut off any communication with New Organia ever since. Don't know what that means. Your father had begun mending relationships, opening up Celestia again, and it seems like they might be taking a step back into the reclusive days.
Okay.
He just points right on your head, like right in the middle. Focus your mind. Don't get distracted of all this chosen and whatnot, what ifs. Focus on yourself, boy. Become the greatest you that you can be. Decide what you want to be in this world. I'll keep your sister safe until...
Thanks.
Alright. Anything else?
That's it.
Let me get ready. I'll be there to show you off. I know, I think Bardicdice has to be back in about an hour, so...
I'm gonna go spend time with my sisters then.
Alright, you leave. He gets ready. You hear him shuffling around some papers. He's definitely opening up the scroll you gave him, and he's like looking over it, studying it pretty hard.
Before I go, can I see what the pendant is that he was holding?
Sure. It's the symbol of the light affinity, but it's warped and what's the word? Almost like infused with the line of the king. So like Alana's last name, the Taurus, they have like a lineage symbol that's kind of mixed with the light affinity.
Okay.
Which Rachel drew for me, so I'll have to post those some days.
Sounds good.
Well, not that symbol specifically, but the light one. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, are you guys done with archery? Would you guys be coming back to the room? Or would you
She's
wait
letting
for
them
him to
do.
find?
If she'll let them stay there as long as they want.
Sure.
So it's
They're
all up
still
to
at the
them.
archery spot.
Yeah.
Zachary, you don't find him in the room, but you head over to the archery hall, and then you can find him there.
Right.
It's like Anais, like when she wants to, like if they're doing something and she feels like they need to correct it, she will like tap them and then like adjust their arms or whatever. Since writing is going to take far too long.
Like, bro, look what she taught me. Look. And she like goes up and she's like squaring, Iris is taking it like to her cheek and like, she's like, oh, right, elbows in and like doing like a real, like a better stance. And then, Anais, you kind of like kick her toe. She's like, right. And she like corrects her foot and like moves it the other way because she had like the wrong foot forward. And she releases it and she gets a bullseye. Wow! Did you see it? Did you
amazing.
see it?
That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
She
Good
claps
work.
a little bit.
Nice. I want to see. She hands you the bow, and
Okay.
go to roll me a attack.
Well, well, hey, I got some better stats now because of my ranger thing. Let me
So
know.
we'll have a
Really?
20 or above is a bullseye, 15 is like the outer ring, and 10 above is the ring outside. Anything below a 10 will miss.
Perfect. I got a 16.
16. It's like right on the edge of like the blue and the white, but it's not quite where the center is. She goes, oh, I'm better than she is.
She nods like you totally are. Type of nod, like.
Katrina shoots and like just misses. Watch out!
It hits someone.
Really shouldn't stand behind the targets.
Like the same kid that got hit before. I hate arrows.
It's getting bullied.
Is there like a flame retardant one?
Flame retardant arrow?
Target?
I'd say there's they're like on pillars being hung. So the rest of them are made out of wood, but there's one pillar that's like not hanging like a target on it. But it's got a, it's got like a center to the pillar, so I mean it could be used as a target there.
Okay. Well, I don't want to burn up their pillars, but I would like to shoot a firebolt.
Go for it. Roll me an
Zach's
attack.
like, what me?
What?
Zach's like, what about me?
Yeah, I'm gonna fire my firebolt. It's a 1.
Oh no!
Yeah. You launch it out and like you kind of like twist it with your hand and it starts doing like a curve. It was like a Pokemon ball. And it's like going right on target and then it just kind of curves right into the target where your sister hit and hits the arrow and just burn, like the whole thing lights up and runs. Hey!
You just did so good.
It was really cool.
And Ice's
though.
eyes are huge. It's like,
That was really cool. And you just hear a guard, no fire within the castle, and it like dumps water over it. Kids. I'm just like walking back.
Okay. I should go.
and Ice like looks at him and then she like puts her like straightens her wrist like.
That'd be cool.
No, she's saying you need to keep your wrist straight when you throw it to get on target. She did the same. She told me the same thing.
I wanted to twist it though, make it spiral. Didn't work.
Well, it's like I think she was saying, it's you got to get it right slowly first before you can continue the like trickier stuff.
See,
So I was trying to
you're already-
shoot it real quick.
You're already better than me. Keep
You
training.
can learn a few things from Anais.
I can learn a lot of things from Anais.
And Ice is just like looking like awkward.
But eventually you do hear Bardicdice. It's like, oh, there you guys are. Fortunately, it's we just start wrapping it up here. You get back. And yeah, kind of nods and I'll walk away. You see him start walking over, like Arcanist Turin, and begin speaking to him, kind of giving you guys some time together.
I will give both my sisters a big hug.
I kind of step back and give him space. Give them space.
Katrina's hand grabs yours and pulls you into the hug as well. Like now, just a big group hug.
Aw.
Katrina's been like
Yeah,
really
she's
clingy
so
to you ever since the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, she
Like always holding your hand and stuff like that.
yeah, Anais also seems very attached.
You see a
And it's-
fireball come from nowhere and Sasha's just burning up a bush that she's watching. How dare you? Just kidding.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, she seems pretty attached to both of them, but especially if Katrina's been clingy, yeah, so the hug is, Anais returns the hug very heartfelt, and she'll kind of like, after the hug, she'll be writing something down while Zach, if he wants to, when he's saying goodbye.
Yeah, so I'll say goodbye to them. And
Okay. Bye. Please come back soon, or maybe we can come visit you sometime.
yeah, one way or the other, I want to see you again real soon.
Yeah, okay. And then like Katrina's like, oh wait, hold on, and she runs off to the room, as if like she has something for you guys. But she comes back and she goes, Zach, is it okay if I give Anaya something? She's like has something behind her back.
Yeah, I think so. You okay? Nice.
And she hands you like a small notepad. That's already been written on one page, but it's like scribbly handwriting where someone's like trying to write Cat or Katrina with the K's backwards. Like someone trying to learn how to write. She was like, well, I noticed you use notepads a lot, so you can use mine.
She tears out something she was writing and is holding it, and then she just writes in the one Katrina gave her. Like, as long as you're okay with it, I'll use this one.
As long as you're okay with it, you can use you're like Iris reading it
She's
for her.
like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, perfect. And she gives you another big hug.
She hugs her back. She gives paper to Iris that she wrote on, and it basically just says, again, kind of reiterating what she said in the beginning, where like, if you ever need anything, I will help you. Just always remember that.
Thank you. Does it in sign language. I read it from his book.
She head tilts.
Zachary's book. He has a
I
book
hold
on
up my
sign
book.
language. He was
I've been
teaching me a
studying.
few things.
What? It's a sign language book.
B.
Yeah, I got sign language.
C. She's got like ABC. That's it.
She signed. Yeah, because he was starting to sign.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. You already know about it. Yeah.
Oh right.
Or at least
yeah.
you know that he's learning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So she'll just write. So that's how you've been learning it.
Yep.
He's super smart. And you just hear this, and you see the old man that's like waiting for the teleportation circle. Like, there's other people waiting to use the circle.
So I'll just hug my sisters again real quick and say, just keep being so sweet, girls, and then I'll run off.
As you guys are walking past Arcanist Turin, he just pats you on the shoulder and he goes, remember, he just points you right in the forehead. Don't get distracted. Or throw ink around everywhere. And he's like looking over at Bardicdice and he's like, well, oh, look at the time.
Iris also goes like this, like next to her, even though he wasn't looking at her.
Time to go. Look at that. Oh, wish we could stay. All right, not a problem. And as you guys are like jumping into the teleportation circle, like he's like rapidly doing this, like being like, let's go, let's go, let's go. And a guard walks up and whispers in the old man's ear, and the old man turns around. There was fire where? And you guys are gone.
The worst palace guest
Yeah.
in the world.
We don't like those Centaurian kids.
Yeah.
Perfect. Meikai and Kahu. Sorry for having you guys wait so long.
No, this is entertaining.
But you wake up in the morning. A long night. But you feel refreshed and calm, and the rest of your dreams for the morning had stayed pleasant and uplifting. In Kahu, you remember the words as you wake up. Are being proud of you. You guys wake up and you look around, and you see some of the other students already awake and separating into teams. You almost see that they've been separating and getting some practice in today for the skirmish coming up next weekend. You guys take a look around, and Anais and Zach are nowhere to be seen. What are you doing this morning?
The doodling. I'm just kidding.
Everybody's already paired up. That was what we're seeing.
Yep, everyone's already teamed up or like found their teams and is practicing. Except Alana. Alana looks a little frustrated as she's downstairs. You see her kind of sharpening her axe.
Yeah, I'll go and find Alana. I'll go talk to Alana.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'll come up too.
Morning, Alana.
You both slept in quite well, didn't you?
It was an unexpectedly long night.
Mm-hmm.
She looks between the two of you. Or
No.
both of you.
No.
No judging here. No judging
No.
here.
Not in that sense.
Why not? He's a good looking lad.
I'm not interested.
I'm joking.
Okay.
You don't have to shoot everyone down like that. I mean, I think you've hurt Carlos's feelings.
No, believe me. No.
Although I think Carlos keeps saying he's got somebody already.
Yeah, he does, and nobody needs. So, where are seems like everybody's in teams.
Yep. Seems they've taken the day and split off to practice for the skirmish next weekend. Sir Carr's got his team, and Anir's got his.
Well, it appears that we're waiting on two more.
Where are the two? Huh?
I am
Who's-
unsure. I have not
No
seen them
idea.
for quite some time.
I haven't either.
What, are they having a long night together or something?
Wait, do not say that in. You know what? Maybe. Maybe.
Zach does seem to attract the ladies.
Yeah, he really does.
Not my type, but sure. Well,
Zach's just defeated. He just suddenly feels sad.
I mean, he's like 10 years younger than me, so
It's fair. Wait, how old are you?
27.
Oh.
And how old are you? Like, she almost seems like she doesn't care, but she's asking out of like politeness. How old are you two?
23.
Still only 22.
I thought you were like 30.
The beard, isn't it? Yeah. Well,
I've lived a life.
can you hear that? Well,
Zach is a baby.
why don't you two go get ready? Find the two of them and meet me out in the fields out back. We can begin practicing if that's what you want. Or not. I could care less. I'll be enough for all five of us.
Yeah.
I trust you, but it would be good for us to have an opportunity together.
Why don't we just leave a note on their doors and tell them where we will be?
Already not. No one's there. Not
Mm.
in the rooms.
Well, I will say that I think that they did go into the tower. So maybe they have business up there. I don't know.
At night with Barcarius.
Maybe. It's a weird dude.
Whatever. Alright. Sure. Well, just find me when you're done.
Have you gotten yourself food yet?
I did. Been up for like an hour. Been sitting here waiting for everybody. You said
Sorry.
yourself you wanted to practice.
Well, there wasn't like a set time or anything.
But it sounds like we should hurry up and get it going.
Maybe.
Yep. Sounds good. Well, I'm good. I don't really need to eat.
Eat breakfast. You're supposed to eat breakfast before you train.
Mm.
Tip number 1.
And I'm off.
Yeah,
I
I'll
was
walk
like,
off too.
Don't gotta say that twice. Both give me perception checks.
18.
Nosy over here, I like it.
8. I am
8.
rushing the food.
Kahu's like, food! Meikai, you notice, you only see one group of people walking, but you see Sir Carr kind of leading his group, his team, out into the woods to train. But you notice he has someone around his arm, like hooked arm in arm with him. Asha.
She's playing that card, that little beach.
You see her looking around too. Kinda. Possibly. See if someone's watching.
Is he within yelling distance? Or too
You'd
far
have to
away?
be really loud to yell, or you'd have to like kind of go halfway back across the courtyard to get to them before they hit the. You grab everyone's attention if you yell.
Yeah, no. No, I will choose not to be petitous today.
Alright, no problem. Alright, sure.
I'm just gonna tell Kahu and point it out.
Kahu, you see Sir Carr, Sasha.
I mean, are you walking or are you running? Because I'm moving.
I'm walking next to you.
I'm running, so unless you're running with me,
Oh, okay. I probably
I am not
stopped
there
and
to-
looked. Oh. I'm just walking. I don't need food that bad.
Fair enough. But you do see Sasha, Marston Jonah, and Joe Arston, the kid. They're on his team. And you guys head to grab something to eat. Let's go ahead and take our break a little early, and then when we come back, we'll have the two reappear and meet you guys down for food at the same time. Oh. Thank you, everyone who has
For
been...
food and drama.
For food and drama. That'll be the name of the next episode. Thank you guys, everyone, for joining for Fates United. We'll go ahead and take a quick, 8-minute break. Nelson, thank you for the gifted sub. You are a legend. Ruined Keep, thank you as well. And Silent. Oh, you gifted it to Silent. Okay, cool. Thank you guys, everyone. We'll be right back and enjoy the damage video by Leon Kane as we wait. welcome back. Almost pressed the wrong scene. Welcome back to Fates United. Howdy, howdy, everyone. Thank you guys again so much for sticking with us through the break. Thank you all again for the support. This is amazing. We're like 8 followers away from 250, which is nuts. Granted, I was at 2,700 at one point. So apparently I've lost a lot of people. No, but those are all bots. So now we get a legit number. So we're almost at like 250. So yeah, if you guys really like the show, if you like the channel, it would help if you guys just give it a quick share or send it out to your friends and be like, hey, if you're interested in having a fun time, go check out Bardicdice. So maybe we'll do something fun, maybe another sticker giveaway at 250. And yes, I still have the color thing coming up. It has been assigned and given to me what it will be, but I just haven't had a chance to go get it done yet. Nobody, thank you so much for the raid. We're just back from break and we're gonna jump back into our second half of Fates United. Hopefully you had a wonderful night. So thank you again for the sub. Appreciate it, my man. 3 months. So we're gonna jump back into our weekly D&D game, Fates United. If you're watching this on YouTube, eventually when I get it up, we do this live every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, both Anais and Zachary spent a wonderful weekend with the sisters and Bardicdice over at New Organia, the main human capital. But they have just traveled back to the good old Centaurium. Oh, that's what I was thinking during break. Guys, isn't this starting to feel like Riverdale? Or like Sabrina the Teenage Witch? Like the drama, the teenage drama going on at the school?
For sure.
So, Centaurium Riverdale is kind of like where I'm going with my mind. Anyways, Mekai Kahu, you had quite the night prior, heading up to the water temple and being called up there, both being awakened and realizing that you are now chosens as well. So all 4 of you have had a chance to be visited by the affinities, the avatars behind the different magic sources in this world. And for the rest of this game, I just want to put this out there as sort of like pacing for what we're going to be doing. Definitely, if you want to do any RP, obviously I know with the 4, you guys might have things to catch up on or want to talk about. If there's anyone else you want to talk to or questions you have going on with your characters. If you want to have practice with Alana to prep for the skirmish, that's another thing you can do. At some point, I would like to do the week skip, unless you guys have something specific you want to do. Do the week skip to get prepped into the skirmish. It's up to you guys and how things go if you want that to be the beginning of next episode, or if this and the RP and everything, if you want another episode to unwind, chat, interact again since you guys have been separate, or if you have something like a side thing you want to get done. So that's kind of the planness of what's going to happen. But the next big event, next big thing would be the first skirmish you have against the other 2 teams. So I'd like to do that at the beginning of an episode, not in the middle of an episode, because I don't want that to bleed into 2 different episodes. So we'll probably be going till about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight, and just keep that in mind, based on how much we have going on. So, all right. So you guys find your way to the dining area. God bless you. As you make your way in, you see Carlos, Anir, and Ergon. Ergon with 3 plates in front of him, all empty. But they are all listening to Anir having a deep discussion about strategy and things like that. Or at least that's what it seems like they're talking about. They're already talking out what they want to do. You guys already know that they are the 3rd team, and they're going in 1 short. They're actually going to be using a squire as like just another fighter because of numbers. About the same time, Anais, you and Zachary land at the tower, and unless you had anything to do with Bardicdice or want to talk to him, he kind of says, all right, well, I'm going to get settled in. Why don't you go get something to eat for the day, and good luck with everything. Let me know if you need anything. Oh. All 4 of you, unless anything else you guys want to do, are all find yourselves in the dining area.
Really fast before we
Sure.
get in the dining. can I, like, as we're leaving Bry's tower, or like not maybe out of the tower yet, because I don't want to do this in public too much.
Mhm.
But can I look at Zach and like kind of point to the stone, like I want to look at it on his staff?
Zachary, what do you do?
Yeah, sure. I'll kind of hold it for there.
I just wanted to look at it and see if it looked similar to the one I saw in my dream. Because they're both, I think, yellow.
Give me a investigation check. Because you're more looking at it, trying to examine. Or nature check, I guess.
I got a nat 20.
Nat 20. All right.
Total for investigation is 24.
24. You take a look at it and you're trying to recall your memory of what the other one looked like in your dream and kind of the feel for this. This feels a little bit more refined. It seems to have been shaped almost like a crystal, like a diamond that's been like polished and formed and kind of built into this elaborate, like this is a very elegant quarterstaff and a crystal at the top. It's very much more yellow and has like a hue to it and almost like a glow from within. It reminds you of the sun itself. The one you saw was a little bit more opaque and crystalline, and it had like different flecks of ore from within, and it didn't seem to glow at all. It did seem slightly different. It was more like a darker yellow, almost borderline orange. It just it comes off a little different as like a different stone to you.
Okay. Okay, so she probably like looking and like tilting her head around, and then she just kind of like nods and like pushes it back.
What about it? What about it?
She takes out Katrina's notebook now. We've switched. And she writes, I had a dream about a yellow stone. And so I wanted to see if it looked like yours, but it's different.
Oh. Okay.
Mark, did your emote always have the 20 in it, or is that new?
It's
That's
always at the 20.
I don't know how I've never noticed that. I always thought it was just MG. Wow, I have really bad eyesight. That's super dope. Okay.
It's also so small, so it's okay.
No, I mean, like, I see it clearly now. I was like, oh, I wonder if that's an edit, because I really like it.
Nope, it's a
Use
20.
that all the time. Okay. Just kidding. All right, cool.
Yeah, and she just write kind of on the bottom. I'm glad I met your sisters. They're really sweet.
Yeah, they're great. I'm glad they met you too.
Guys, head your way down.
Should we go?
She probably looks for like kind of sad, almost like the more she thinks about it. Yeah, she goes in the book and she's like, starts on.
Give me perception checks as you're heading down.
Both of us?
Yeah.
10.
I'm sticking to that 10 today. Everything's
We
been
both got
10.
10.
Really, really quiet around here. Yeah, there's no one really in sight. No, but you guys head to the dining area. All right. Now you guys walk in. And there's Meikai and Kahu sitting. Is there anything you guys want to talk about before they show up? Carlos
Not
waves at you when you
particularly.
come in, Meikai.
Yeah, I think we just need to be hurrying.
Yeah.
We can grab some food and head our way out.
You're about to stand up, and then that's when you see Anais and Zachary walk in together. Together.
Hey, elbow maker.
What?
Coming in.
Yeah, I see them. I was about to wave. Also, your elbows are very pointy. Ow.
They don't do elbow hits in Hanosuka.
It's very rude.
Apparently not. It's like right here.
It's like you don't point. You don't point with your elbow in Hanosuka. That's rude.
We should get going, though. I guess we can. We'll let them eat. They
Yeah.
eat fast, though.
You can eat more. Think of it as a second breakfast.
Well, I was gonna eat more when I walked, though.
Now you don't have to worry. Nice, Zach. Get some food and sit over here, please.
You both notice they, Meikai and Kog have, like, deep circles underneath their eyes. Like they didn't sleep the whole night.
I'll grab some food, walk over. How you guys doing?
Tired, but we have stuff to talk about later, not right now.
Yeah, we definitely need to hurry up and eat. The Alana is waiting for us so that we can begin going over strategy for next week.
The queen awaits.
Oh, well, it's already right next week. Okay.
Yeah, she wanted to practice. I guess that's everybody's thing today, so. Zach.
Hence those groups over there.
What?
Ergon wave.
I'm gonna say this in Celestial. You might want to talk to Sasha about who, you know, maybe she shouldn't be hanging around Sirkar. He, was doing this kind of thing.
How loud are you saying this?
I am whispering this in Celestial.
And I
Just
was
to Zach,
listening.
You never said
intently
you
to
whispered.
CS.
You said you said it in Celestial,
No,
so that's why I was
she
just
said
double
whisper.
checking.
I was saying,
Did she say whisper the
I
first one?
was-
Okay.
He was like
Yeah.
trying to be really secretive about it.
I'm like right next to him and just like,
Alright. You see a near look over, but there's no recognition of like what you're talking about. He goes back to talking to you.
I
Is
had
it
to
loud
talk.
enough for a nice to hear though? Because I
She knows
Do
Celestial.
you know Celestial? Give me a perception check.
23.
100%. You can hear everything,
Yeah, so a nice is like looking over.
and it's like she's been so quiet, like you don't notice that she's like adjusted
Yeah.
to hear it perfectly.
And I'm saying like, I saw, so I'm whispering to him, but I'm talking normal volume. Last night I had to talk her down from storming the proverbial castle, trying to go after you in her fit of jealousy and teenage hormones. She was out there just stalking, and it's told her to calm down, and I said, you know, take it easy, just, it's fine, tried to reassure her. I just saw Sirkar with his creepy arm around her, and I mean, you know, I just don't like him. I think it's bad for him, but they can do what they want. I think he's trying to make Alana jealous, and I think she's trying to make you jealous, and I think it's a whole dumb high school thing, even though we're all adults, I think, except for the actual teenager boy. But
I was gonna say you have food plates starting to drop in front of you to try to help you guys eat.
Talk and eat. Talk and eat.
Okay.
Anais slides over a notebook and it says, "Why is she jealous?"
In common or in celestial?
Common.
Oh, give me a perception check.
12.
You can see the notebook if you want to look. It'd be enough to you'd see jealous. Question mark.
You probably see that, and then I like shove the plate further up.
Stop gossiping and eat.
We're busy today.
I just,
Got a
I just,
full schedule.
I look at Anais and I look at all, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
Nice,
Zach
like
is
grabs
now
something and starts eating.
A
Zach is now
tiny bite.
like leaned back in his chair, kind of looking down, not eating.
Oh,
Oh.
well, buddy.
I just pat your shoulder. I'll pat Zach's shoulder.
Oh, Zachary, buddy.
I mean, still like, I'll like kind of readjust and just like talk again and just say it shouldn't be a problem, and it's really not. But I think you need to have like a real talk or something.
Still in Celestial? Are you
Because-
still talking Celestial?
Still, I adjusted, and yeah, still doing this.
Ah, you still have no clue what they're talking about.
We
I
can
just see
talk
them not
later.
eating, and I'm like,
Anais keeps glancing over and she like picks up something, but she's also listening. I can do both. I can multitask.
Sorry.
You guys see Anir, Carlos, and Ergon head out.
apparently we're
So,
going to be last if we don't hurry.
we were already last. You and I woke up late anyways, and then these two came in late. Alana doesn't seem very patient.
Nice points to her question again. No one answered it.
I'll just give like a quick nod. But then also a shrug.
She like puts it away. Confused.
Just apologize to Zach again.
Oh, finishes up and
Riverdale.
walks out the door.
Welcome back to Riverdale Centaurium style.
Yes.
Do you guys talk anymore?
I think Kahu and I would like to.
I just walked out the door.
Okay, well, there he goes. I'll speak again low and kind of like have him like both of them close, but in common.
You're the only
I'm
ones in
not-
the room, by the way.
Right. Still, the freaking dean. I don't trust him.
everywhere. Just like the painting somewhere, just eyeballs.
Sasha is on one side, and then the dean is on the other. They're always one of them, at
It's
least.
true.
Yeah, one has to be in perimeter. And just say, I think if maybe we all meet up at that place we were the other night. Maybe after dinner, I think would be a good place. If the two of you wouldn't mind.
Nice nods.
We don't. We don't really have much time. Alana seemed very impatient. So, I'm sorry that you had to come back to this. I hope you had a lovely weekend, whatever you were doing.
The dean is Sasha.
Ew.
So it's really the dean with a Sasha mask in between.
Ew.
Alright.
And I still does not know what's going on, but seeing Zach's mood, she just kind of like pats his shoulder and doesn't seem to know what to do beyond that.
I mean, you heard everything she said in Celestial.
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't know they're dating. I don't know any of that.
True.
I don't know why she'd be jealous. I don't get any of it. So
Alright. Are you guys still sitting there?
I mean, I'd get up probably. If I finish eating.
I'll wait for the two of them just so that we can all go, so I make sure that we're all together.
Kahu's already there.
Yeah. Are
I'll see
you going
doing
to be
something else.
Are you going to be okay, Zach?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh.
Is he getting up
Are
or
we
is he
doing
just
this?
sitting there?
I'll just like get up slowly and I'll walk over.
Alright, we're over here, and I'll walk over. Sad boy and confused girl.
I'm so confused. The mood just dropped. I don't get why. No one's telling me anything.
You guys make your way over back to the residence hall? Or Actually,
Where we
I'm
were
just
meeting.
following
she'll be at the armory.
Makai. Yeah.
Kahu, you get there first. Anai's just sitting there, just sharpening her axe. Oh, so are we doing this? Or, I mean, I don't care if we don't, but just let me know.
I believe the plan is to do this. I
Where's
believe
the
you're
rest
in
of them?
charge. Are you correct?
Yep. Apparently. Where's the other three?
They should be on their way soon enough.
Alright. She has, like, her back still turned to you. So, what kind of strengths do you have in battle?
Usually more of a frontliner.
Fair enough. I assumed so much. She didn't seem like a backlines archer for any means.
Are you speaking of Makai?
Said what?
Are you speaking of Makai?
No, it's just a big man with muscles and a spear normally doesn't sit in the back of the
Oh, you're
of the
saying
fight.
Oh, that is fair.
What about
I can-
weaknesses? If you don't know yourself in battle, then you're a liability.
Well, weaknesses tend to be when people are able to kite or to keep distance from me. Can be difficult to close. Strength I have, though, is if you can get some dust kicked up or get us in an area that's obscured. It puts me in an advantageous position, usually.
She turns a little bit. Meaning what? Not very the stealthy type, what I assume.
More like being able to... Best way to explain this. I can extend my senses a little bit. Allows me to feel those who are close enough to me to strike.
Interesting. It's a Kalishtar thing.
If trained.
Good to know. Good to know. It was about the time that the other three, like, in total silence and, like, awkwardness is just oozing out of them. Zachary seems to be quite down at this point. Walk in.
So sorry.
Good. So the rest of you are finally here. Were you all wanting to do any practice? It's my responsibility as captain of the team to make sure you all feel you are ready and know the plan I have going in. Or do you just want me to tell you what to do and we can see what happens?
I'm here for practice.
I'm here to practice.
He looks over at Zach. And you?
Yeah, whatever.
Alright. Well, he kind of stands up. She has like the axe is very ornate, kind of has like a few well gripped parts in the handlebar. But it's like cleanly sharpened. Well, first off, we need to know each other's styles a little bit more. Make sure you sharpen your blades. Have everything ready for tomorrow. Kahu, I'm sure you can make sure they are aware of that. I am more of a frontline fighter-ish, or central. My skills are in leadership, strategy, but I'm not afraid to go in first and carve a path. I like to divide and conquer. My weaknesses, I guess, I can usually overcome them. I tend to be a little impatient, so learning to hold back, allow you all to help create a situation for me to strike true. Not something I'm good at, but this is a team workshop, and we need to show off ways that we can overcome our weaknesses and work together, right?
Mhm.
So, I've already talked to Kaharanji. What about you, Meikai? What are your strengths in battle? What do you bring to the team?
I'm really quick, I guess. I tend to also get impatient, I guess. But I can zip in and out and around very quickly. I can use a variety of weapons. I could also be in the back doing archery too, if needed.
Good skill to have.
I have a little bit of magic, but I
What-
haven't really applied
What sort
it
of
much in
magic?
battle.
I haven't seen you do anything.
There is a special sort of technique that my family has. I've been messing with it, but also trying to reserve it and not show it off during regular practice.
Show me, and she like points to a target. I'd like to understand.
Okay. I can only use it one time a day. It takes a bit of energy, but sure. And I'll just do the Searing Smite. Stuff, I guess. Do you want me to roll for that?
Sure, go and roll me an attack.
That is an 18.
And damage?
No, 18 like
Is that the
to
damage?
hit.
Right, yeah, what's the damage?
Oh,
Since you hit 18 definitely hit a dummy that's not moving.
let's see. That's 2d6.
Plus your regular.
Oh, that's my regular damage?
So that's the Searing Smite. Add the regular.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And the regular is a d4. Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
D4 plus
So-
whatever your dex is.
D4 plus 4, that's 8.
Nice.
Or no, sorry, plus 2, that's
Six.
6.
Oh.
And then the Searing Smite damage is 10.
Nice. Awesome. So what, 16 total?
Yeah.
Nice. You see her steel herself, kind of like get some grip on the ground and kind of running with her hand on like the dagger at her side. And you see her launch off the wall, twisting backwards, and almost like light shearing off of the dagger as it like follows in the trail, almost like a trail of light that hides behind like an echo almost of it, like very anime. As it cleans cut right through the target dummy. She stands there, she's it, and a second later you just see the dummy like slowly cut in half. Pretty epic. It's pretty epic. That's very, very useful actually. I like the speed. You can get under people's defenses quite quickly. Good to know. What about weaknesses then? If you don't know yourself in battle and don't know how your weaknesses can be strengthened or protected by others, then you won't work together well.
Well, to be fair, I've not really had much of a reason to battle, especially with other people. I wasn't
Sure.
trained to... I was trained with weapons in the art of them, but not in the art of battle in that kind of way. However, I'd say probably hesitating very slightly at times what would be the best option. Overanalyzing.
Thinking too much. Alright. Good to know. Might fit in well with me. Listen to my directions and just go. Let me be the decision maker. If I mess up, it's on me. Interesting.
I have also been working on catching arrows. So I haven't really practiced that a lot either, but
And she just shoots you.
I'm gonna use a key point to.
How does it work?
So deflect missiles. If you. So you can use a reaction to deflect or catch the missiles if you're hit by a ranged weapon. When you do so, the damage you take is reduced by 1d10 plus 5. If you reduce it to 0 and have a free hand, you can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack.
All right. Go to roll.
So what do I add to this?
1d10
I think it's
plus 5.
1d10. I think it's supposed to be plus your monk level.
Oh, a d10 plus my monk level.
I believe so. Let me double check that.
So
You do notice she
That's-
seems to have aimed more for like the side of your shoulder and your arm and doesn't seem to be going for anything like critical.
that's a 12,
12?
then, if that's what we're doing.
All right. It starts going after your arm, and then right before it looks like it's sliced through, you just and you actually catch it full right. She only rolled an 8 on her damage dice.
Okay. And I'll launch it not at her, but just past her.
Okay. Catching it and like using it in a twirl, you use the momentum back. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Ooh. 18.
18.
Rolling 18s today.
Nice. You see her almost like in a bit of surprise. She goes to try and deflect it with the axe and misses as you just like right in the target past her head. Not bad. That could be quite useful as well. Interesting. All right. Good to know. How about you, Anais? What are your strengths and weaknesses then in battle? That's something you've given thought to. She'll like walk over closer to you, so she's picked up that you use the notepad, even though you really haven't talked directly with her.
I haven't. I think the last time I spoke to her was when I met her. Yeah, she looks like she's kind of like thinking, and finally she writes, I still am learning.
Overall,
I can heal, and I noticed I can use magic to attack people, and I've been learning how. It's like a whole list, like she's writing down. It probably takes a minute, and I've been learning how to use weapons too.
interesting. In what way do you use weapons? Are
She
you...
points to like the long glaive that she's taken with her. That's not her special weapon.
So you're
and then she
more close
Well, to the
combat
side. She
and
motions
ranged.
to go.
All right. So a little bit of an in between while being able to heal. Support position then, perhaps. A jump in between. Let's put it that way. Like a flex spot. All right. What about your defense, or do you have quickness or strength to be able to get out of a fight if need be? Or what would you use as your main primary form of defense?
She shrugs. She doesn't know.
She kind of like looks you over a little bit. I mean, you're small and dexterous. Are you able to stealth pretty well or sneak around?
She nods and writes, I've been trying to be quieter when I need to.
You see her hiding back a smirk. She goes, I think you're quite quiet enough. Don't worry. Good. All right. You might be our wild card. I have been speaking about the Dean and the rules of the skirmish. I'm not sure how effective healing will be. It's a little bit different of a situation, but it'll be quite useful, I think.
She's like, she thinks for a second, and then she's writing, she writes, I can do other magic that might make people not be as effective.
Like what? And she points to Kaho. She goes, show us.
She like
You're
looks at Kahu.
You're fine with that, right, big boy?
Gotta learn somehow.
We have to understand what you could do.
Okay, I'll cast Bane on him.
What is that, a charisma throw saving?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend on if you want to try and resist it or...
So what are the components of this spell?
a drop of blood if we're gonna go really technical.
Somatic, vocal.
Oh yeah, it's vocal somatic material. Or material, is that what the M stands for?
Okay.
Do you have a focus?
Interesting.
Why?
You go to make the movements, and normally when someone would speak the words to cast it, that's what would happen. But for you,
Yeah, my neck.
you have the cat eye. And in that moment, right when you're about to do it, and she kind of gives like a quizzical look, I'm like, how are you doing this? Your cat eye zaps a bit and seems to send off an electric, almost like connection to it to give it that final casting. Which is something that happens when you use it. It kind of sparks with electricity. It throws her off quite a bit. She's never seen anything like that. You cast it, and Kaho, you kind of see this happening, and then your eyes twist a second, and your head goes fuzzy. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Yes, Christmas.
Failed it. It's a 4.
4.
Oh no.
You just feel woozy, and Kaho or Anais just seems to have like electricity coming out of her, and she's like blurry as she's like coming, looking at you, and like, all right, well, show me. Try and hit him. Or no, what does Bane do exactly?
He has a hard time hitting something.
Hitting you, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kaho, try hitting her then. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
Yeah, she's probably fine.
Yeah, just to subtract a D4. Oh no.
My rolls tonight.
What'd you get?
I rolled a 5, and then I rolled a 4 on Bane. So I rolled a total of a 6.
Amazing. You go and you feel like drunk almost. It's like everyone else seems to not be moving, but like she's almost like blurring. You're just going up and you twist over, and you're using like the back end of your spear as you go down, and Anais is not even moving. You're just like hitting the ground like right next to her. Like you see Alana about to like ready to parry something, and she just kind of looks at you as like, quite effective. Interesting. Okay, nice. You can drop it now. You're good.
Yeah, she drops it like immediately, and then she looks at Kahu apologetically.
You like shake your head a little bit, like
That does not feel good.
yeah.
She like ducks it a little bit.
You kind of get your senses back. It takes a second, but the grogginess kind of hides off. Interesting. You could be a very good wild card. I like this. They don't know this about you. Well then, it brings us to the one and only Zachary. I got
What?
this. Zachary, over here. You're not paying attention.
What do you want?
I regret all of this.
You see her, she gets a little stern. Like she was like almost starting to enjoy like the rest of this, and like a little surprised at everyone's kind of reaction. She gets a little stern, like kind of how she was when she first met you, kind of that like eyeball and It's very important to know the strengths and weaknesses of your teammates, or you're going to be a weakness on the battlefield. You're not paying attention.
I already am, anyways.
I don't think so. I've seen what you can do. What do you think your strengths on the battlefield are?
I'm not a fighter.
I mean, is everything okay?
I'm fine.
She's still looking at you, and she says, "Why don't the three of you give us a second?"
Okay.
Give a nod, kind of step back.
You guys kind of... She kind of grabs... Not grabs you, but like...
I'm gonna invite the other two to go practice on a dummy nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
I
like
was
takes
about
your
to do-
back like over to the other side of the room if you follow. Did I do something to offend you?
Nope.
What's going on?
Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, something's upset you, clearly. Alright, if you don't want to talk to me about it. But I've seen you on the battlefield. Why I chose you to come with me. You have a lot of potential as a fighter or a mage. They can make the difference between winning or losing out in fights. Protecting those, keeping people alive.
I've almost died in every single fight I've gotten into. I'm their weakness. You shouldn't have picked me. And I'll turn and actually start walking away.
She grabs your arm.
I want to try to wrench away.
You can attempt to, go for it.
I will attempt. That is a 3.
That is an 18. I'm not done. There's a softness as she lets go of your arm. You can walk away if you want. But I know what anger can do to cloud your mind. I can help you. If you let me. Do you walk away?
I turn and just kind of like walk and have a seat somewhere.
Like away from her or like near?
Yeah.
So like ending the conversation?
Like in the group like circle area, like I'm within kind of talking range, but
To her or like going back to the group? Just trying to understand.
the training area, wherever we're training at. So I'm in
Right.
the vicinity, but I'm not like right next to her to have a conversation.
Okay. So you kind of efficiently ended that conversation with her, essentially. Like trying to
Yeah.
go back to the group.
Yeah, wherever we're training at.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Because we're separated, Mark. Like we walked
Yeah.
away. So
Mhm. I mean, how far did you get though? It's not like you went to a whole.
No,
other
yeah,
side
no,
of
no, no. Like,
campus.
You can clearly see us.
yeah. That's why I'm just
So-
trying to understand. Like, were you sitting to allow her to talk to you, or was it more like, I'm done with you, but I'm here
I'm
for
done.
the.
I'm done, and I'm walking away.
Yeah. Okay. She goes, Very well then. And you can kind of see like anyone who's like eyeing over to her. She just has this like
Uh-huh.
nonchalant of like, not my problem. Look. As she comes back to the group. Well then. I think your group, if we decide to work together, decide to believe in your own weaknesses and strengths, and she is looking straight at you, Zach. And then before like going on to the rest of you, I actually see that, and I've seen already that your group works well together. You all have different weaknesses that the other strengths can overcome and cover. But only working together are we going to actually win this. If you all want to win, of course. This fight, or this skirmish, is going to be a little different. It's not, obviously, lethal by any means. You'll be given dummy weapons. And from what I've understood, it's going to be, and she kind of like walks over to like the wall that has like almost like a dummy sword, like a bamboo stick, but it's got like a pouch in the end. And it has like powdered paint in it. She said think of it like a game of tag. If you get hit by an attack, it's 1 strike against you. 3 strikes, you're out of the fight. So, it's not always about going in and being the stronger one. It's about outsmarting your opponent, having a chance to get the upper hand or the surprise on someone to make all the difference in the world. So, the battlefield, from what I can understand, is kept a little secret. Though, if I know Sir Carr well enough, he's going to try and find some sort of upper ground, some sort of position of strength. Anir's the wild card. I get a bit of sneaky underhand from him. He could try and set up an ambush, outflank us, I'm not quite sure. So, my idea, now that I've spoken with all of you,
Anais is writing something, and she like almost holds it up, and then she realizes she's still talking. so
sure,
she's just-
nice, no, go ahead.
and it says, "Is everyone doing this at once?
Mhm.
Like everyone all at the same time?"
We're all in the battlefield together, we're all released at the same time, and it's whoever is the last team standing wins the skirmish. This is less of a, well, I'm quite competitive, So it's supposed to be less of a who wins and more of an evaluation of where we are in our fighting skills, what are ways we can improve ourselves. But, I mean, it'll be bragging points. I'd rather win than lose. So, what I'm thinking is you have two of us here who seem to be upfront, personal, close quarters, and Kahu and myself. Meikai, you seem to be the dexterous one that can go in and maybe flank, strike someone quickly. Anais, you could be a good rear guard, potentially able to switch into archery, or if someone comes up close, to keep things protected, but also heal. From what I understand, they're allowing people to heal back strikes. So if you use some sort of healing spell, that would result in a strike being taken off. From what I understand, it's a little confusing. Zachary, I know you are questioning your ability on the battlefield, but I think if you are our center, you could strike. I'm assuming you have any ranged spells, potentially?
Not that can be powder stuff on people.
Well, if you hit someone, they're using it the same. You have to strike yourself. So, I mean, we can be hit by spells. We're just asking people to do it in a safer way, not trying to do it lethally. You could be our very, very effective person on the field. We keep everyone close, you know, not getting close to you, and keep our eyes out so we don't get flanked. You're just as much as 5 archers shooting someone.
Anais writes, sometimes he does stuff where it makes us better.
He does.
Well, that's something for him to decide in the battlefield, or to tell us what he can do. If you could find ways to confuse the enemy or buff us, that'd be quite useful. Again, the advantage, anything we can get an advantage on over everyone else. Sarkar does not have any magic that I'm aware of. Sasha's a little bit of a wild card to me. She gives a quick glance to Zach, but doesn't say anything on that. Marston, I know quite well. She is has a few things similar to yours, Meikai. Powerful hits, but she's gonna have to get up close and personal. And Joarston, from what I understand, he's just an archer. I really haven't seen much from him. Don't want to be wrong. Carlos, definitely a wild card. I feel like he's got something hidden up his sleeves, but he comes across as some sort of close quarter as well. Nier, obviously the same as you, Zachary, can be quite dangerous, as he could change things on the battlefield, manipulate our directions, but I'm not quite sure what study of magic he has. He could have ranged, it could be teleportive, I'm not quite sure. Kahu, you're friends with Ergon, right? What are his
I am.
strengths? You know him to be more of a spiritual, but like a ranger type.
Yeah, he's very close to nature, understanding its paths, connecting with it.
It's good knowledge to have. He'll quickly be able to assess the battlefield, figure out what ways will be coming from. Ambushing that group is going to be difficult. So,
I think the real trick that's going to be existing here is whoever attacks one of the parties first is most likely going to be hit by the other party.
that's very potential. Having patience to let the other two fight first might be a good strategy to go into.
How impatient is Sarkar?
She smiles a little bit. He is very much patient if he has the upper ground, but he's very also easily angered into coming out of it too.
Well, he already has it out for me, so we can probably use that to our advantage.
Are you considering yourself as bait for him? I think that could work
I
quite
want to.
well.
If I can see his face in the dirt, I'll be happy.
We could use that to pull him out and set up an ambush of sorts for that group then.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be perfect.
I can also, well, I'll show you as well. I'll use, I'll run my 40 feet and then do Step of the Wind and go 80 feet.
Wow. All right. You would have done quite well on our track team.
Yeah. I did a lot of
Good.
it.
Well, that's a good way to get yourself out of a dangerous situation if we use you as bait.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. So, my idea would be myself in front, Kahu either next to me as point or in the back. Meikai, you can be ready in the middle to go left or right to use your speed to get in position to outflank someone. Anais, I think you would be smart to be what I call a counterpoint with me. So if I'm in front, you're always on my rear. As I go in one direction, you're going to continually follow in our rear. With Zachary between us, we can keep him safe from direct attacks, and he can keep us boosted or be able to, if I'm engaged with someone, he can help engage them as well. If you're all okay with that,
Hey, Kai, how are you with the bow?
Me?
Yes.
I did a good amount when I was younger. I'm flexible.
it's good she'll be our quick reach anywhere on the battlefield.
High mobility and the ability to skirmish.
Mm-hmm.
Is good. I think we're going to do quite well. The other weakness I might have, if I'm going to be captain of the team, I don't like disobedience. You go against my orders, I might leave you out, potentially in the moment, to not have your back if you don't have mine. She kind of like goes a little like, like oops look, but there's a lot of times in battle I get a little too competitive and willing to take on the fight alone if I need to. Some of my guard is lacking of skill. I've learned to fight on my own, usually, so.
That's understandable, but if I see an opportunity,
Oh, of course. I'm just saying, if it's detrimental to our plan, is all. Kind of looks at Zachary. You're not willing to
Not
work
even
as a
looking
team.
at her.
Yeah.
So,
She's like kind of pointingly out to the rest of you if someone's not willing to go with the plan.
They're okay with flexibility, just not too much of it.
Or communication, at the very least.
no.
Anais writes, communication might be a bit of an issue.
Well, I'll tell you what to do.
We would use like whistles. Maybe we have like a special whistle for different things. No whistling either.
Can't blow into a whistle.
I look over to Nias and I'm like,
She nods.
What's this? What's that?
perhaps an opportunity to have two eyes out at any one time. A way to communicate with an ice percha, potentially.
Alright. I don't understand.
Do you remember when we were at the Centaurium and
We're at the
Nice.
Centaurium, yes.
right, but the first day, and I'm trying to remember Nice's uncle,
Bricarius.
Right.
Vicarious. was so excited about hearing something in his mind.
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to that guy. And you see, like, hold back something. She didn't realize, like, she's heard uncle, and she's like, family. Okay.
Yeah, she looks
I
at her.
wasn't paying attention to what he was excited about. I was focused on other things.
May I have permission to show you?
Me?
Yes.
I mean, yes, that's what we're here to do.
And then she hears in her mind, I can link with one person at a time. And if I so choose, set it up so that they can speak back.
Very effective. Alright. Did you let her speak back, or was it just a one-way thing?
No, I let her speak back.
Okay. Interesting. And she says back, huh. You are quite the specimen, then.
In her mind, or?
Yeah, in her
Wow.
mind.
Okay.
She seems very, like, neutral-faced. It's... There's a hint of flirting in there, but
I felt
it's not on her face. It's just, like, all through the, like, the reflection in her voice and in her mind.
He wants to climb that mountain.
Just here's a little.
She'll probably fall off of it, but ayo. She goes, good. Well, that seems to solve that problem. You guys can communicate with your abilities.
I'll work on that over this week. Make sure we have it down.
Huh. She looks back at you again. I don't forget our conversation we had before. No Organia and Kalistar, or Fukusaga. We can be quite allies in the future, I think. We have a lot of potential to give with your people. I underestimated the Kalistar's abilities.
There's something to learn, I think, from everybody.
Good. Well then, I think we've got a plan. And she kind of sees that Zach's just not into it. We can take a break for the day. If later on in the week you want to practice maneuvers or positionings or maybe different forms of fighting, I'm not much of a teacher. I know axes well, but we can definitely find some time in the afternoons to do that.
Mhm.
But unless you guys have anything else, I think we're good. We have a solid
Yeah.
plan. The rest will be reacting on the battlefield. I've learned that over planning and being too stiff not to adapt to the situation can find yourself flat-footed on the battlefield. Kind of what I'm hoping we do with Sirkar. Anyways,
Yeah.
class dismissed, and she just grabs her axe and starts walking away. Zachary, if you ever do want to talk, I am available. Just walks away. You guys all pick up on, like, Zach's been very unfocused and
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
Off
get up
guard.
and start walking now that it's adjourned. I just like walk off.
Where's he going?
Like, are you quickly trying to get away, or is it just if they try
Yeah,
to
just
follow?
slip off. Mostly just slip off.
Give me some sort of stealth check. And
Alright.
I was
the
gonna
rest, if
say,
you
'cause
want to
this-
figure out, you can do a perception to try and follow.
Yeah, I wanna, cause I had
Natural
some other.
20.
Natural.
I got a 2. Yeah, I had 9. I have no idea.
That is
Angsty.
21.
I don't want to talk to anybody.
I need to go cry somewhere.
16.
16.
18.
18.
21.
Cry!
You're able to keep up with him a little bit, but he kind of goes around a corner and then goes back out a door, like another hallway. And you guys lose him at the temple. And you're like, well, jeez, because, you know, especially you, Meikai, you're like normally able to perceive a lot of things. But he gets
Yeah.
away. You guys see Sirkar's group starting to come back from the woods. They're kind of like, looks like they've been doing some training and been working out a bit. Kind of sweat dripping down, things like that. So, what do you guys want to do?
I want to be sassy, but I shouldn't.
He just like nods at everyone.
I don't recognize him.
You guys are kind of like far enough away that there's really no like small talk to be had necessarily unless you call him over. But
Angie says be sassy.
I'm looking at Sarkar and Sasha, like trying to figure out what's going on.
Sasha's not like in arms or anything with him.
Yeah.
This time, like she's in the back of the group, or kind of like off to the side, but like walk. You know, they're all kind of like walking all together, chatting.
Yeah.
Together. She
Like,
seems to be chatting with Marston and Jonah.
What's her mood?
She seemed. Give me insight. Raya, roll it.
Well,
Raya roll. I
Yeah.
got a 1. Nice is beyond lost.
I want to look at Sasha and read her body language, especially because I saw them earlier on.
You can get advantage because of kind of keeping up with it the whole time. She seems in decent moods.
22.
She seems in decent moods. But you can tell her eyes are darting around looking for Zach.
Yeah. Just kind of look at Anais. I kind of feel like I sound gossipy if I explain it. I think that, you know, there was like, they have a history, if you know what I mean. Zach and Sasha. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm lying about that last part. But like, not because I don't know the whole history, right?
Give me a deception check. You guys know
Okay.
each other well enough by now. You can give me an insight.
Another 2 on the die.
I mean,
so
why would Make I ever lie to you? She's almost like a
Yes.
big sis to you.
Yeah, I rolled a 16, so
Yeah, oh, you definitely.
I mean, she has no reason to lie to you.
Yeah.
I kind of sense that Sasha gets really jealous when she sees you and Zach around being friends. So I think that she's hanging out with Sarkar because she thinks she can make Zach jealous, but I don't think Zach's really aware. I don't know. Does that make sense?
And I was like, writes. So she's mad that I hang out with Zach.
I don't think it's you specifically. I think it could be any girl, but yes.
Riverdale.
Did you ever have any friends or know any girl who is like super obsessed and like really, really jealous or anything?
And I was writes. I saw people. I've seen people get jealous. I guess it just. I'm surprised. I guess.
Yeah, me too. I think it was a mistake saying that to Zach right before we were going to practice. But I feel like I didn't know what to expect, and I felt like he wouldn't care, but apparently he does.
Well, at least you have a week to figure out how to help him get back on his feet.
He needs to stop being mopey is what it happens.
And I was writes. This was like yesterday was his birthday. So...
What? Are you kidding me?
Apparently, Makai knows how to give the best present.
Wow. I need to go find some like book or something. I don't have any money.
Everybody needs to do what I do. Just talk about it, get over it. You just keep on walking on. That's what I do.
Well, I was hoping to talk to you and Zach about some stuff about me, and then we had some stuff happen too. Wasn't a birthday party, that's for sure.
And I was writes. Tonight we're all talking, right?
Yes, but we need to find Mr. Angst and get him and his stormy cloud to talk as well.
Okay, yeah, Anais just kind of nods, and she writes, "I'll keep an eye out for him too. Maybe we'll find him soon."
Yeah, I will too.
And it's still pretty early in the day too. Like, I mean, you guys barely got to lunchtime. Maybe it's about lunchtime now.
Yeah.
She'll
High
write.
noon.
Yeah, she'll write. Maybe he needs some time to think, and then we can go find him.
Yeah, maybe we put a note on this door.
So I think, like, for the rest of the afternoon, I would probably, just kind of be hanging out and keeping an eye on him. Keeping an eye on, like, just kind of the general mood of those two. Because now I feel bad.
Yeah, I feel even worse now.
So
I already
you're,
felt bad. I feel worse.
so you're hanging out trying to find him again?
At some point, yeah.
Keeping
Give
an
me
eye out.
a perception check.
Okay. Don't fail me now. Oh,
Depends
sweet.
on where he is, I guess.
I'll write
What?
in my little secret thing, Mike, where I am.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say you don't need a reroll. I'm just using that as a baseline.
21.
23.
Okay. All right. That was what you needed. Why am I? Oh, because I have a picture open. Okay. Ah. I can't get to my Discord. Did I just exit out of it? Awkward.
Okay, as you're doing that,
There we go. Yes. Oh, you're taking a break.
She
Okay.
left.
Okay.
He's getting that dog that likes to follow us
So-
around.
Yeah.
Cool. So, Anais and Meikai when she comes back. Oh, we're frozen, aren't we?
Oh, we are?
I think we are. Hold on 1 second.
Straight.
We don't have a DM anymore.
You're
on
your
no,
own.
what happened?
I'm resetting it real quick.
Everyone else is frozen but me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That was funny. I was moving, but everyone else was still.
All right. Why are we not better? Not better yet, are we? Ah, because I need to turn on my camera.
I like this.
Okay, cool. All right. So, while you guys were kind of hanging out looking around for him, you haven't found him yet. It's starting to get in the early afternoon. But Anais, you and Sasha meet eyes as she's looking around for him too. And she notices that you're out looking for someone.
Like, I'm wondering, I guess. I don't know. Okay, she would know. I was like, man.
Hello. Haven't seen you around all weekend.
She takes out her notebook.
Why do you look so awkward, Meikai?
Oh, Meikai's with me? Oh, yeah. You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted. You said you went. You said you were looking with her, right?
I was looking, keeping an
different
eye out over the course of the day, like Anais was.
So you're
I
not
was
with
just
her?
not. I was not
Okay.
with her.
All right.
Just me.
So, what do you say?
She said you've been gone, right? Is that what
Yeah, she was
said?
like, "Oh, you've been gone all weekend."
She writes, I was with my uncle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I saw you head up to the tower. That's fun. Where'd you guys go?
She writes, I was doing some research. How was your weekend?
It's pretty boring, to be honest. Seemed to be everyone kind of disappeared for the weekend. Zachary seemed to dip out as well. Meikai and Kahu seemed to be, at least not around the residence hall. Not till late, at least. Then they slept in. So, yeah. Got to know some of the other people here. It's kind of boring, to be honest.
Probably looks so like she has no idea how to play this cool, like at all.
Sasha seems really just nonchalant at this moment.
Yeah.
She's kind of giving you time to respond because she's assuming you're writing something or whatever. Yeah.
I'm not though.
It's-
The pen is just yeah.
If you do take a while, she'd probably go, I never really meant, or never got a chance to thank you for saving me up on the mountain.
Can I insight her?
Yeah. What is this itch thinking about me?
I just. Okay, hold on. I got a 22 or 23.
She is genuinely thankful for you for saving her. There is a cut to her tongue, or like a cut, like a strain. That's a little bit of, you pick up on, I am trying to be nice to you, but there are things being hidden from her and she's not happy about it.
Okay.
It's kind of the idea that you get from it. Especially after what
Okay.
Makai told you.
Yeah. Okay.
She saw Zachary go with you and you said nothing that Zachary went with you.
Yeah. So she just she writes, I was happy to help. Although I didn't really do that much either, so it was mostly the other three.
That's kind of how I felt. Well, good chatting with you. I am looking forward to the skirmish next week. She gives you a little bit of a look with that. With that insight, you can kind of pick up on a little bit of competitiveness on,
Yeah.
I'm going to find you on the battlefield. Sort
Yeah.
of feeling. Anyways, good night. If you're still struggling, unless you start to write something, be like, hold on.
She like keeps almost writing something and then she's not. She
Throw your pen at her while she's walking away.
No, she's not. She's not mad at all. Like, she just looks like she's like really wants to say something, but she doesn't like her face is so easily readable. She
Oh,
looks like she
sure.
really wants to say something, but she like doesn't know.
I'll be honest, Sasha did not roll a good insight, so she's not
That's
reading your
fine.
face. She doesn't know you
Yeah.
well enough to understand those
That's
faces,
fine.
so it's like coming off really awkward to her.
Yeah. So she finally, like, as Sasha turns away, she like kind of stops her
Yeah?
and she writes, I know that you're friends with Zach, and I just wanted to let you know that I am not looking to be with anyone ever. So if you like him or anything, that's fine. She just like holds it out and she looks so awkward.
Yeah, you can see Sasha, she's like, at first she's like, what? And then there's a little bit of realization. She just looks at you, Makai.
She just looks away.
Well, I wasn't asking anyway. It's not my business. He can do whatever he wants.
Anais writes, he was really, really sad when he heard that you did that with Sir Carr.
What, walking with him, being friends?
She,
How's that
like,
any
puts her
different than-
arm like this?
How is that any different than spending the weekend with you? Nothing happened.
Right.
Nothing happened, right?
She writes, we didn't even spend the weekend together. We were...
Deception check?
Huh?
Deception check.
No, I'm gonna continue. I'm writing, we didn't spend the weekend together. We were in the same place. with the same goals. But I was with Bri almost the entire time.
Just give me a charisma check. Neither
Oh, no,
persuasion or
Jesus.
deception, because you're kind of doing both. You're trying to
you
thread
know what?
the needle.
You know what? That was a pretty good roll. I got an 18 total. For her, anyway. She has like a 12 charisma.
She like squints her eyes at you. She rolled better.
Mm-hmm.
Tired of all the half lies. It's fine being open with each other. You guys have your little group going on. Sucks being on the one on the outside though. Especially when I'm the one that has the history.
Anais writes, "Oh, I didn't mean for it to sound like a lie, a half lie. You acted when you said spend the weekend together. It sounds like we were together every moment, and I was just telling you that's not what it was like."
Made no mention that you went away with him, with Bardicdice. When you first was talking, you were trying to hide that from me, weren't you?
Anais just writes, I just don't know. Like, wait, what she asked? Sorry, I just went in a mind spiral.
I kind of did too. I was like reading the comment. I'm like, I know, I like her too. I feel so bad for her. She is. I know she was talking about being like an outcast and just not liking being lied to and stuff like that. But.
Yeah. So Anais will just write, "Stay with us at any time. You can come hang out with us. You don't have to be an outcast."
I don't see Zachary looking for me. Oh. Up to him. He's the one that left. See if he does it again. Like I said, he's different than before. That's okay. So am I. I had to move on without him. And I don't know how much he's told you about everything. But I know he's got other things on his mind than me. You just like actually see a little bit of like openness and like the wall come down for a second. She goes, "It doesn't matter how I feel right now. And it doesn't matter if he's interested in you or not. I have other priorities too, and so does he. Can't let that come in the way of it. So, it's fine. I am stupidly hurt over it and being crazy, I guess you could say." She like almost has a hard time saying that. But we'll see.
Anais just writes, "I just know a few things that maybe would be good to remember." And she has her little list again. Number 1, I truly have far many more concerns than being with someone. So you don't have to worry about me. 2, Zach looked like someone stabbed him in the chest. And he wouldn't talk the rest of the time when Meikai told him about you and Zerkar. 3, yesterday was his birthday, so maybe it would be good to talk to him anyway, even if you're mad at him.
I'm trying to remember the numbers. Brett. Okay, hold on. I need to write this down. 'Cause she has. One's a threat. What was 2 again?
I'm not a threat to you because I'm too busy. 2, he was really, really upset about Zerkar. And 3, so he clearly cares about you. And 3, Yesterday was his birthday, so maybe just talk to him anyway, even if you're mad at him.
She points to one at you. And in the best of ways, there's that, like, she's not being like a bully necessarily to you, but there's an edge while also being like we're just chatting. You're not a threat to me. 2, if he's spending time with other people, so can I. He can come talk to me about it. And 3, if he wanted to spend his birthday with me, he would have. He'll come find me when he wants. You're not so bad. But we're on different teams right now, right?
She writes for a week, I suppose.
Sure.
She writes, I don't think we need to have a problem with each other, though.
She goes back to 1. F no problem with you. And now there is a little bit of an edge, almost condescending like Sarkar does sometimes, where it's like, trust me, you're not a threat to me.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't even look offended. She just like,
Yeah, okay.
like, I mean, what? The girl's 4'11". No one ever thinks she's a threat, so it's pretty common
Go ahead, underestimate.
reaction she gets. Yeah. Yeah. So she just kind of.
Good talk. And she'll just walk away.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, I'm guessing, Zach, you don't come down for dinner, right? The rest of you guys can't find him anywhere. But as the sun's beginning to go down, Mekai, you end up walking up the cliffside.
Mm-hmm.
And do find him up there. And
Eee.
Anais, you see her walking up there and think, oh, yeah, I haven't checked there. And you follow her.
And it's time to hang out.
Mhm.
So
So you can grab Kahu on the way too if one of you guys want to,
Mhm.
but you guys
Yeah.
rolled exactly what you needed to find her.
Do I notice them first, or do they notice me first?
You notice Mekai at the same time. You guys rolled the same. She you look back at Anais has already like seen you.
So I see her at the same time.
You see Mekai at the same time. You guys both like look over and see each other at the same time. You both rolled the same number, and Rachel rolled better.
Okay. Well, you see me holding an ocarina in my hands with dried tear stains on my cheeks.
Oh boy.
oh, the teenage. I don't mean to laugh. But
Baby. Renan's just sitting over there. Oh, come here, little one.
And I'll put it away quickly when I see her.
Kind of like turn away. Yeah.
Zach,
What?
I'm really
no.
sorry.
Fine.
I'm really sorry. No, it's not. It was your birthday. I'm so sorry.
Mekai apparently is great at giving gifts.
Kahu, I'd say Mekai, did you grab Kahu or did Anais?
I did.
Yeah.
I'll say Kahu, you're coming up the cliffside with Anais now. Mekai, get a moment alone with him.
It's not okay. And, I'm sorry. I just thought that, you just seemed really like, oh, yeah, friend. Like, I don't know. I tried to talk to Sasha the other night, and she just seems like she really, really wants to talk to you. I don't want to get involved. I feel really bad. I'm really sorry.
Fine.
No, you're not. And if you keep bottling it up, that's bad.
Just want to interject real quick. It's
Mhm.
10:55. Do you guys want to go late and finish this up now? Start with the fight, the skirmish next week? Or do you want to have this conversation start next week? And you guys, we can go through other stuff and spend another RP session before the skirmish. We can even have a shorter one if you want. It's completely up to you. I'm okay either way. I just have about only 35 minutes left to go. I can't go too much later past that.
Yeah, I'm good wrapping things up tonight. So
Wait, what do you mean wrapping up the conversation or wrapping up the session right
so
now?
we can have the thing next week.
Right. kinda
Yeah, I want to
closing
do
this up.
that. I want to do the skirmish next week.
Okay. So,
If you guys are cool.
if
with
you
that.
guys can continue, just be in mind we have about 30 to 40 minutes max to wrap this up.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
everyone watching, I understand it's late. Thanks for catching in, but we love the lore and the RP of our little babies and the characters in the Riverdale drama. So, but anyways, Renan, you just see a hand pop out through a portal and just like give Zachary a tissue. But I'm just kidding. Anyways,
You figured that out for some reason.
but yeah, you guys walk up to see Mekai and Zachary talking. You kind of sense a little bit of angst in the air.
Smells like teen spirit.
That BO and axe or what? I mean,
No. Mm,
I'm just gonna walk up and sit next to Zach, but I'm not gonna like put an arm around him or anything. And it'll be like enough of a gap that it's not like uncomfortably close to him.
I'm sure an arm around him is already uncomfortably close.
No, I didn't say an arm around him. Like
Yeah.
I'm just sitting
Oh,
next
my
Yeah,
to
bad,
he's
my
sitting
bad.
next to him.
I don't know why I
am-
heard that. Okay. All right.
My presence is there next to him, but with enough of a space that it's not like
Yeah, I got you. It's that bro
Yeah.
hug, but why sitting next to someone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Did you
You
had
guys-
something to tell us?
yeah. We don't have to worry about the water temple anymore.
What?
We took care of it the other night, Kahu and I. And you were right in your warnings.
What?
We fought darkness. The temple's clear. Yay.
So what does that mean though? That's right.
Rip the bandit up.
Well,
I think what she's trying to say is
we're chosens as well.
as best we could at the moment. We've
Knew it.
at least slow.
That cheered him up.
Distraction.
I'll be sharing that with everybody now.
Yeah, we're
Which
sharing it.
ones? Which ones? Which ones?
Moon.
Moon.
I just look out over the ocean.
Horizon.
Air. What?
Ocean.
Oh. That makes sense. Okay.
We helped the druids. They came to us and took us to the temple, and we had a lot of personal confrontation with the darkness for a while before, I guess, finding the proverbial light and resolve. And we also got weapons and fought a basilisk, and
And I starts looking around for the weapons.
You guys have
Oh.
them on
See
there?
her head going.
Mm,
So this
No.
is something I did forget to clarify last episode. I meant to do it at the end, and again, I forgot early on because it didn't really come up yet. Both of your weapons, when you got back to the Centaurium, weren't
They were
formed.
rusty, right?
They're rusty and
Mhm.
broken. So the spear's broken in half. There's no purple edge to it.
Mhm.
And same thing with yours. Yours is like a rusted metal thing with like dents and cuts in it. And it's like broken in half.
Hmm.
Well,
Go ahead.
The purple stones that we found are from my home country, and they can be used apparently to improve stuff. So we did some research into that. But once we cleared the temple, we got turned into owls. That was an experience. And we flew back here. It was a long night.
Do you guys have the weapons on you right now?
No,
No.
they're our stuff is in our respective rooms, I think.
And you haven't talked to Garrick yet at all, right?
No.
Not a second time. Not about that.
That's been on my list of things to do, but
Yeah.
today's been filled with other things.
Would
I
you
do
guys,
need a range of emojis.
I can ask you this: Would you bring those into the skirmish with you, or would that be something you'd keep separate?
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Potential for me, it depends on how my conversation with Garrett goes.
Okay.
Amanus writes, so you were tempted, said no, and got weapons?
Yeah.
What are
It
the
wasn't-
weapons? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mine are like the circular well, they're called chakrams. I don't know if either of you know what those are. They're blades that you hold, and they're round. You can throw them, you can use them like a dagger, or I can transform them into swords, I guess.
Anais, you do recognize Chakram because it's an elvish ancestral weapon.
Okay, yeah, so she does definitely like nod, like she knows what she's talking about.
Haven't seen one in ages though.
They were really pretty when we were down there, but they are broken, rusty, ancient looking, so I don't know what had happened. We ended up talking to the first chosens. I'll look at Kahu.
Seems as though they were the first.
Yeah.
What were they? What race were they?
Mine was an elf, and his was a
Human.
human.
Does that line up with the garden? Do it. Look over at Nice. I told you.
There's like
Doing
a
lots of-
pre-written "you're right"
you-
in her first page. She just points to it like. You're
Have
right.
you guys talked with those who once held the powers?
Anais
Hmm.
nods.
What's your feeling on it?
She writes feeling.
It's a cycle. Why hasn't the cycle broken? They know the cycle. There's more information there. They've been part of it before.
She writes, I guess I didn't think that far.
Hmm.
I'm unsure about it still. I took up the mantle, but still unsure about the mantle. What's the tax that comes from it?
She writes, what do you think it would be that would be bad aside from people not liking us?
Do any of you know more about what happened to the last group? I mean, we know that something happened to the king, but what actually happened there?
I don't.
There's hidden secrets there.
Mm-hmm.
She writes, Bry said that the four killed him. Maybe they gave in to the darkness.
Or vice versa? Or they all did.
Well, it leaves the question, does it not? Are the powers we took upon ourselves tainted?
She shakes her head, like, very decisively.
Hmm.
You're confident in that?
I think it's up to us if it's good or bad.
She writes she writes the storm and then crosses it out and then writes Lotha has always been by my side and good for a while now. I trust him.
You may be right. I just thinking on it. The darkness is held back because these beings of power are holding him back. But if they have the power to hold him back, does the darkness not have the power to do something in return? The question is, what is that?
Well, there are 3 affinities that are no longer active. From the book I was reading, the last 4 was sun, moon, water, and sky, and light.
Wait, did we have our previous conversation that you guys said which ones you were?
Yeah, I think so.
Zachary, you realize that's 5.
Yeah.
There's
So I was just about to say.
2 inactive, but light was unactive minus the king.
So yeah, we don't know where the current light is. What happened to Earth and stars? Is there any other missing?
No, that's it.
Anais writes, so the light one will come right soon, maybe, because the king was it before.
When
So
we
do we have
were
to look out for one more?
when the dean did his weird shadow thing, Jawarston did something similar to me.
That brings me back to the question, though. We need to find out what happened.
Yeah.
People say that he was killed, but there's no witnesses. People that trust each other and someone died. Was it darkness that corrupted, or did they see something that we're not seeing because we don't see that piece of history? Something different happened there.
2 things, and I'm looking around to make sure no one's around.
Yeah.
No Sasha followers or anybody else.
There's no one following you guys.
The 2 biggest concerns I have is when I spoke to Solus. She said her brother, Istari, has been missing for a long time.
Mm.
And Istari is supposed to be the light.
When you say a long time, do you mean longer than
I didn't get
the
exact
supposed last
years,
king?
but it seemed like it was a long time from our conversation. That's the vibe I got. Unless I'm wrong, Mike. It seemed like it was a long time.
Yeah, there's no years to it, but you almost get the feeling it's like since the beginning.
And when I was being tempted by the darkness, it said it's like 2 sides of the same coin, and it appeared to me pretending to be the light.
Mm.
When I spoke to the darkness, it was very adamant about wanting its own champion.
Anais writes, so are you saying he looked like the light or he looked like a starry? Or is that the same thing?
Same thing.
Hmm.
It pretended to be the light to try to tempt me. And
How convincing was it?
I almost went to him.
So darkness that can be light.
And
She-
as a result of whatever happened, I don't know, but there's division that happened. And I think that weakens everybody when we're divided. I think it's better to unite everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Those... Was it not a great division that occurred after the king was slain?
That maybe only because false story got out. I am also concerned. I'll pull out the book that you found, Kahu, and say, there is not a single name of a chosen that's recorded. They don't have names anymore.
Hmm.
There
She's
is
nodding. Yeah.
a statue of the king prominently displayed with his name in the middle of the city. That seems wrong.
I saw Mike's face.
Ah!
I couldn't help it.
How do you keep a poker face as a DM?
You have to just turn off your camera.
I mean, it's a pretty obvious
Well,
point, but yeah, I love that you.
clearly the
catch up on it.
darkness was seeking for a champion from one of us. And clearly he showed up to you as light.
She writes, why didn't he try and trick all of us like that?
Mm. When he
Different
was
ways, I don't know.
different ways. I mean, mine was more fear based and tempting in bringing back people and trying to coerce me in that kind of way. It wasn't charismatic, it was more heavy handed and
Anais writes, mine was easy to say no to the way he did it. And she writes, not that it wasn't hard.
If
She just writes, I just don't understand, I guess.
Well, Zach
wasn't-
mentioned... Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Zach. Okay. If it wasn't... Zach had mentioned that the light was very close to the sun. The most similar.
Also, quick thing for you, Anais, as you kind of think back, it might have been easy for you, or like, you know, you don't like the darkness, but at the time, you do remember it trying to tempt you with like the names and things.
Yes,
So it was
for
still
sure.
tempting you,
Yes.
but just
no,
not hiding who it was.
Yeah, it was, I think she was surprised. Like, the way I meant it was she was surprised he revealed who he was to her.
Right. Yeah.
After everything she knew. So then it was easy in her mind to say no after he had said that. It was tempting at first, though. But she's not going to go into that.
Oh yeah. No. I just wanted to make
But
sure.
good clarification.
I just want to make sure
though.
you remember that as a player. 'cause
Yes,
know,
I do remember it, yeah. Mhm.
I know you're saying Anais sometimes has like the fog. With
Yes,
it, so,
yes.
okay.
Yeah. Good check, though.
But yes, it could very well have been around simply... It was the easiest one to deceive with. is against Zach. You show up to someone who's speaking with the ocean, and you bring light to somebody who's speaking with the ocean, it's gonna be kind of obvious. There's gonna be no trick there.
Makai, give me
I do
intelligence
appreciate
check.
your warnings, though.
Intelligence.
They greatly assisted me.
19.
I will message you something in your channel.
All I know is it seems like we're gonna be too weak, just the four of us, because they're still missing parts.
I think we need to keep an eye on Juarston.
See, I don't know if the other three affinities are locked off or corrupted, but I feel like we need them to fight effectively
Mm.
against the darkness. And I don't know how that could be. But I mean, I know I want to help Solus get her brother back. And the other two if I can as well. And I want to keep looking into this. I want to go to the Dwarven Temple. I want to look for stuff.
I want to understand what darkness is actually seeking for.
Nice writes, you all have thought very far ahead. That's all she said.
I'm reluctant. Just being honest. I didn't want to stand out again. But here we are. I'm more than willing to work with everybody, but I'm caught with Kahu's sense but also wanting to know more and just I don't know.
I understand that I want to know more too. I want to know what the motivations are. I want to know all that too. But what's been clear to me is the tactics by the darkness have been to force people into controlling them or manipulating them and lying to them. And I was given a choice by Solus to take what I wanted. One's done well, one's not.
Yeah.
I can't get on board with someone taking over Rabbit Folk's mind and making him kill people at a mine. Or killing off druids who just live peacefully at the top of a mountain. Those motives don't sound good
No.
in any way.
As Zach's talking, he could like Anais is looking like more and more intense as like the information's coming in, and she just writes, "You're right, it's in a lot of different ways. So maybe it needs to be taken down so it never comes back."
If possible, yes. That's what I want to see done.
I think we need to figure out what the actual story is of the last 20 years, or about 20 years ago. It does sound
We
like
need-
there's something fishy there, but royalty has a very bad habit of covering up stuff well.
So maybe we can go to the homelands of the last 4 chosens of our affinities to learn more.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they are.
I think that's a good enough beginning step. I think we're going to need to make sure that we bring in all those who look down on us. We need to find a way to reunite the land. I honestly don't think that even with all 7 of the powers, would we be able to stand and fight against what is to come. I think we may be beacons. We may be a shining light.
Sorry. I saw D's face
But-
too. I was like,
That's one of the multiverses, guys.
yes.
But I do
Yes.
think that in order for us to actually truly conquer, it's gonna take everything. It's gonna take more than any who've come before us have been able to bring. We're gonna need information as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach, your ability to find that has been proved to be pivotal.
And don't you ever say that you're not useful, because you are. I didn't want to get on you on the battlefield, but you just need to talk. If we're all going to be united, then we're going to lay everything out.
I'll do what I can.
You're... what? How old are you now?
18.
You're a man. Act like it.
Girl!
Shots
And
fired!
I am not joking around. You are extremely smart. You are extremely helpful on the battlefield. So what if maybe you don't have as much stamina necessarily? That's something we can help with. You have to trust us, and we are here for it. We've all been acting selfish up until now because we don't know each other's fighting style. But look what's coming up. A perfect way to sync all of ourselves. We cannot be divided. I don't need to know your personal histories necessarily, but I do need to trust that when the time comes, that I know that your head is not going to be under storm clouds. That's her deity. You need to be focused. Because that is also probably how the darkness can also get and corrupt us. All right?
I'll do what I can.
I believe in you. And I believe in us all.
I think I'll be more useful off the battlefield, though. But I'll do what I can.
I believe in your abilities. It's not always about fighting. You seem... you're smart. Tactician type. Everybody needs one.
Anais writes, I think saving lives is more important than how many you take down anyway.
Absolutely.
I don't want to fight if possible, especially since we've seen how they can be controlled by the darkness to do evil. I don't want to kill somebody who's just a victim of the darkness.
She writes, there are people that are victims, and I think there are people that choose it. We need to take out the ones that choose it.
I'm gonna flick Zach in the head, and I'll be like, I'll do as much fighting as I can for the both of us.
And I'll help
Taking-
you guys. but no bloodlust.
Taking lives and bloodlust is. We don't have time to probably go into it tonight, but that's not what I'm after.
I want to free people from being captives. I want to redeem people. I want to help. And that's what I'm going to do.
Zach, I think you're going to be crucial in this.
Mm-hmm.
Who else has the ability to bring the flame of life to others? You are the sun. If we're going to light the people, we need you.
I'll do what I can.
Anais just writes, I agree that we need to free people. But there are some people that need to be brought to justice too, and we can't be afraid to do that.
Mm-hmm. We'll do our best.
We're in it together. Don't feel like any of us have to do it alone.
No, I think we need each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we do need to get allies. And potentially the other affinities.
Yeah.
Anais writes, above all though, we have a lot of qualities, but I think we aren't good enough to be able to do much yet. We need to be smart. Bri told, and then she it trails off and Bri said we need to be smart about when we reveal who we even are, because as soon as we do, there's going to be targets on us. Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
No, it's fine. I'll be writing.
Oh, I don't know how much we can trust Alana now, but maybe in the future? I'm not sure. The DM's smiling for some reason, I don't know why.
Make kind of fourth wall.
Yeah, that's one of my moon powers.
No, I just love the music in part with all this. It's amazing.
Oh, okay. I don't know how much we can trust her at the moment, but maybe in the future. I think that she could be an ally. She could also have a thing against them because of what happened to her father. I don't know.
I don't
First
think she
step?
likes Chosens.
Probably not. We need to do research, though.
These relationships need to be built now as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's no time to wait.
Yeah.
She
Carlos would be a good place to start because one of the last 4 was a Triton.
Yeah, she just writes, I mean, we can start building relationships now, but we should not reveal who we are until we're strong enough to handle it.
Yeah. Lay low. Very low.
And she writes, weapons that belong to them will be recognizable. That's why I haven't used mine.
Yeah.
This is
She
all
writes-
I have.
Can we find you another stick?
She writes, that was yours though, right? Before?
Yeah, it's a little different now, but
We could just get some leather and just wrap it. Perfect.
Hide my little babies away from the world so they
What?
can't see them.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
She she also writes, something my mother taught me about hunting, but it applies to this. It's patience and waiting for the right opportunity to strike and to take action is vital. We can't be stupid or reckless.
I agree not to be reckless, but I think we also need to build allies and change the mood about Chosens. So there's a lot of hatred right now.
We need to
Shrek, we
change
don't
the
need-
mood not only of Chosens, but of the people between each other.
Yeah.
Shrek, well, we don't need to tell them who we are in order to change minds right away, necessarily.
Good connections and relationships.
Starts with friendships.
Mhm. I mean, you look, who's here right now? Leaders. Mostly.
She shakes her head at this.
Like, the nobility. A lot of nobility. Of,
She thought you were talking about
I
us
mean,
four.
oh no. Well, Kahu, yes. Kahu, you have Sasha, you have Alana, I guess Serkar. The young boy, Joarston, Carlas. They're all in higher positions. Well, kind of.
Not quite sure about Joarston and Carlos. What kind of positions? they're
Right, right. Yeah. But
She right.
but I know
Yeah.
that those guys all have upper
in?
rooms.
Fair. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
She writes, I think that some relationships may be cut off immediately if we reveal who we are right away.
Mhm.
Which is why I'm saying we should keep it quiet for now until the time is right.
Quiet. Every time
Some
I hear
will-
that.
Some will be harder. My reputation is difficult, but I think we can all hopefully overcome it.
He won't be without his challenges.
Hmm.
She writes, either way, my own status is chosen, is my own secret to keep. So if you choose to reveal yours, please don't reveal mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also, I just want to add, you guys have probably never seen her this intense and focused and like radiating this like weird intense energy. Like I can't even describe to you the amount of emotions that are happening right now. So it
It's
must be
electric.
kind of weird, yeah. It's,
Gotta be a lot of fear there too with an ice, right?
fear
I feel like you're more
and
resolved.
rage
Oh.
underneath it all. It's a storm.
Speaking of which, Ananias, might be worth having you visit your boulder down there at some point.
Boulder.
You know, the one I covered up.
Oh. A secret
She points
cave.
to like where the tomb is.
Do you have a boulder?
Oh, ish.
She writes, I got my weapon from a tomb, sort of, down there. And she points.
No.
It might be worth having us look into that at some point because there may be more information there. Who knows?
She writes, that's true. I didn't really look in it very much after.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll start trying to get back on Sasha's good side. I'll pull out a piece of paper and start writing.
Yeah.
Anais is writing something, and she doesn't show it to anyone else. She just slips it over to Zach at some point. So,
Okay.
whenever you want to read that.
Make
I mean,
I
I'll
have
read
any
it when
pocket
you flip it
cookies?
Okay. What?
I'll read it when you
Make
flip
I
it
have
over.
any
I'm sorry. I was actually. You can go first, Kyle, if you want. I can say.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying to me. Zach.
Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if you were trying to say. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of no. You go first. No, it's okay. No, please. It's not. No, it's not.
United.
Okay, well,
We're
I'll
having
no,
a
it's fine. You go.
really good, nice contest right now. All it says was it says I sort of ran into Sasha. I think she was upset you were hanging out with me so much. So I'm sorry. And if you want to stop hanging out with me so much, that's okay.
Teeny bobbers.
No, that's not how it's gonna work.
You say that out loud?
Yeah.
You have no clue what he's talking about.
She like reaches over and writes in it, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
She writes, "I think she was sad though. She was just not being smart about it."
Okay. I'll start writing some more on my little note.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I was just curious if you had any pocket cookies that we'd give to Zach for whatever note he's writing.
No, we get the fresh ones. I mean, these are fresh.
Yeah,
We pick some.
from earlier.
I got
got some
some I
pocket
got for
one,
my
yeah.
birthday. Don't worry. I got some
He-
extra cookies.
Pick some flowers. You want a cookie though. It's fine.
Do you guys wrap up the conversation? Is there anything else?
Yep.
I'll just slip the note underneath their door as I go to my room.
Anything else? I was
What
gonna.
does it say?
Oh.
You don't know.
Can you tell me?
Be for Sasha to read.
Ah.
Anything else? I do have more, but I'm gonna save it for next week.
Okay, do you want this conversation to continue into the beginning of next week, or do you mean like to have another conversation later?
Have another conversation after I think the
That's fine.
skirmish.
I was
yeah.
gonna say,
After the
we
skirmish,
can
okay.
start with a few conversations before the skirmish too. I just wanted both sides
Most
of the
of
break,
it.
yeah, just in
Okay.
case it goes long.
Yeah.
I doubt it's gonna go the whole thing, but fights are kind of hard to gauge sometimes. So
Yeah. Okay.
wonderful. Well, everyone, 2 weeks in a row with some deep lore at the tail end of our games. Wonderful little Avengers moment as you guys all come together, find some unification. As I aptly named this correctly, I was gonna call it United this week, and I was like, I'm gonna do that next week. The preparation this week was everyone getting ready for the skirmish next week, as you've all finally been awakened, all four, maybe a little sooner than originally intended, but you four players now understand the gravity at stake for your characters. We go into the first skirmish. Things might change a little bit here at the Centaurium. Be interesting to see what will happen, where the story is going to take you. So everyone, thank you so much for joining us. You don't want to miss episode 15, United. It's going to be a really interesting and fun game. And I'm super excited to see where our four go, our chosens in their fight against darkness. Thank you so much for everyone that supported us, joined us in this endeavor. It's been absolutely amazing to write this story, bring it to life. I've never done a homebrew world before, so I'm absolutely just blown away at how alive you're making this world feel. And even like you said something about someone being fishy earlier, and instantly Carlos is like, "Oh yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, I like that." So a big thank you to everyone who is watching, and also the fun little Avengers theme song that I decided to play in the middle of that. So that's why I started laughing, because I was like, "This is amazing."
Oh, I didn't even notice.
It's like
Oh,
it's
I
a
didn't
piano
even notice
cover,
either.
because I didn't want it to get caught on
that's
YouTube.
So funny.
So it went da 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 da, and I was like, "Gah!" You guys are like, we have to have resolve together against darkness. I'm like, yes. But anyways, if you're catching this live, don't forget to, you can follow up on any of our old episodes on VOD, also YouTube. I'll be working to get those up. I say that every week during this week to try and get caught up. And also, if you're catching us up on YouTube or any of the VODs, feel free to join us live. We do this every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we have Beacon's Aura this Sunday, so you definitely don't want to miss it as we return.
Yay!
So excited to be
That's
back
so
in Renan's
right.
shoes. The plants need to be watered, guys. It's been
Oh,
way
so
too
true.
long. So,
I'm ready
huge
to be
shout
the
out.
biggest dork on the planet again.
Yeah, I'm so excited. So as always, we're gonna do a quick raid to someone here. Let's see. I kind of want to raid Critical Role, but I know it's not gonna matter or anything. There we go. We have our friend Mox Crystals playing. Let's go ahead and go to her. Why not? She's playing Hades, so it kind of goes with our variety streaming as well. Thank you guys again so much. Don't forget to check out Marky Gaming, Dealey Spears on Instagram, Pip400art on Instagram. If I can spell crystal right.
If you follow me on Twitter, I'm gonna do an art giveaway because I hit 200 followers. So
Hey, congratulations!
yay! I'm so excited.
Super excited. Good for you. That's
Super
dope.
cool.
All right, so we're gonna jump here. As always, I love everyone here. I love this whole community. Please show respect for Mox Crystal and her community just as much as you show respect for us. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you next week. Good night. Hold on. Pop up.